Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? I hope everyone's having a fantastic Friday. Whoop, that's the wrong screen there. My YouTube wasn't working when I first fired up the stream, so I had to fix that. I don't know what was going on. It's weird when you dual stream to two different places. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it works. See if I can fix the old hairdo. Anyway, how's everyone doing today? I hope we're having a fantastic Friday. Hope everybody had a great week. A wonderful week. And, yeah. Good morning. How'd you do, Magicot? Caldwell? Hoss? Hyper Taco? Man, everybody's in here this morning. It's going to be a good day. It's been decent. You're doing it via OBS. You're streaming to multi-site. I'm doing it all through OBS. Yeah, I do everything through OBS, and I multi-stream directly through that rather than using like Restream.io or anything. I have used Restream.io before, and it works fine, but I have more control of it if I do it through OBS. So I can like turn it on and off individually very easily through that. So yeah. Currently working on dual PC setup for EA. Nice, yeah. That's what I have. Yeah, I've got a dual PC setup. So I've got my main PC over here. I've got my stream PC over here. I've been doing a dual PC setup for, 5 years or something now. When I first started streaming and first started content creation, I had just my PlayStation and a very poopy computer. And I would play on my PlayStation Fortnite way back when, PlayStation 4, and then I would stream it to my computer, and that's how I would play. My computer could run Fortnite, but it couldn't run Fortnite and stream at the same time. It would just completely crap out. Then I bought a better computer, and I streamed Fortnite on that computer and played on that same computer and updated that, and then, kind of just gradually over time build. Pick your brain then. Yeah, let me know if you have questions, streaming questions and stuff like that. I'm happy to help people out. I mean, it's a hobby that some people start getting into. Don't take it too seriously is how I look at it. Don't try to dive in head first, because you will be disappointed if you try to go into it and be like, I'm gonna have thousands of viewers and I'm gonna make millions of dollars. You're not. I've been doing this for 9 years. On and off, and the only time I ever had any type of viewership was during Fortnite in its prime back in 2018, 2019, early 2020, that era. That's the only time I ever had any viewers. And then before that, I didn't have any. After that, I had a few because I carried over from Fortnite. But yeah, and then I just kind of started doing this again and getting really back into it again with Monsters and Memories. Otherwise, I just kind of streamed, some random stuff and, whatever. But hopefully we can get it fired back up and get it going again with Monsters and Memories and make this a main game for a couple of years, many years to come. That's my goal. So, yeah, stick around. We'll be here. I've been retired from streaming for 3 years, but I only do a single PC setup and VR stuff. Yeah. I'm going to come back for Eminem. There you go. Yeah, that's how I look at it. That's exactly how I look at it, I didn't retire. I never really stopped streaming, but I didn't really take it seriously. I just kind of did it for funsies. So we're gonna definitely take it more serious for Monsters and Memories. I try to do a little bit of VR stuff. I do have a VR. I've got like the MetaQuest 3, and I try to do some VR streaming. And it's fun. I enjoy it, but it's, it's hard to like read chat and play VR at the same time. So if you want to make money streaming, you need to do it as a business. Otherwise, try to do it as a hobby. You'd be surprised if you get subs. Yeah. You have to be pretty serious about it. But you have to be serious, but you can't take it too seriously, right? You need to enjoy it. If you're not enjoying it, don't do it. That's my take on it. Anyway, let's jump over to the live. Hang on, let me make sure. What am I looking at here? Okay. Yes, we can look at this. Cool. Let me jump over to the live screen. I would argue that you need to do it as a hobby first. Yes, I would say start as a hobby, see if you like it, make sure that you enjoy it, and then take it into a business if you can do that. Absolutely, that's my personal take on it. What's going on, Malik? How you doing, bud? Got to have a chat reader. Yeah, I figured out how to do it with a VR and chat, where like you could take your wrist or whatever and spin it, and then chat pops up. I figured out how to do that, but I never really mess with it. If you just try to do it as a business, you will likely just lose money and self-esteem. Yeah. Don't try to, like I said, don't take it too seriously if you try to stream. I mean, if you guys want to do it, I encourage you to do it if it's a lifelong goal or dream of yours. But honestly speaking, to become a big streamer, like anything over a few subs and stuff, you have to get lucky. There's a huge luck factor to it. There really, really is. You could be the most likable person in the world, and very entertaining, but you have to get a little bit lucky. Somebody's got to find you. Lots of people have to find you, and it's hard, especially on Twitch. It's hard to find people. So anyway, let's stop talking about that for now. If you have questions, definitely send them to me. Jump on my Discord, send whatever. I'm happy to chat about it, answer questions. Keep the initial investment as low as possible too. Yeah. Be extremely thrifty. Use what you have. That's what I did. I used a PlayStation 4 that I just already had, and I had an old gaming PC that I'd been using. Start out there. It's like starting any other business. It's going to cost you more money in the beginning, and you may not ever make that money back. So if you do, cool. I mean, more power to you. But I don't make hardly anything at all from streaming. It's very rare because you got to get people to sub to your channel, like, or send money through Patreon or whatever. Like you have to get people to actually send you money. And it's like, how often do people want to just give people money? They're doing it for free. Why give them money? So, but hey, if you can make it work, make it work. And you have to give them value, right? People aren't just going to send you money for no reason. You got to give them value. Let's jump in today. I know that I'm sure there's things that you all want to talk about, Monsters and Memories wise, right? So what is it that you all think we should talk about today? I know, was it Captain Caldwell? I think you had mentioned we should talk about this discussion up here, right? This one, which we can't read directly, or we're not supposed to, because it is part of the closed testing, and I know people are like, don't talk about closed testing stuff. But feedback raid encounters is one that is blowing up. This entire thread is blowing up like crazy. I posted this like last week sometime. Sean got involved in some of the chat and was talking to people, and a lot of people are just going nuts over it because I feel like raids are a big deal in a game like Monsters and Memories, personally. Like, that's what I like to play and do in these types of games. There's other people, though, that don't like that. They disagree with it. They do not like raids. They don't like the raid culture. They think it's toxic. So they're debating against it. And then, like, there's just a lot going on there. So we could talk about that if you guys want to. We could talk about the dot problem, which is another one that I brought up, or any other. If you guys have issues or things that you want to talk about, specific things, let me know. I'm happy to talk about them, give you my thoughts on them, based on my experience playing MMOs for over 30 years. I've been playing MMOs since Meridian 59 back in 1995, which was the very first graphical MMO. So I kind of been playing them for a while. But I can give you my thoughts and my take on it. Another thing that somebody brought up is poop sockers and stuff like that. And I told my girlfriend about it this morning, and she's just laughing at me. She's like, "Stop saying poop sockers. It sounds gross. Stop saying poop sockers." So anyway, I am considered to be in this community a poop socker. However, I have also lived the single dad life, so I know what it's like to be a single dad and how much time that takes, or a single parent. So I understand kind of all sides of it at this point. And I feel like there's a lot of people that don't. There's a lot of people that are like, no, I'm going to no life the heck out of this game. I don't care about anything else. And there's other people that are like, well, I mean, I've got a family, I've got kids, I've got, significant other, whatever. I want to go outside every once in a while. And I understand those people too. So, I'm happy to talk about whatever you all want to talk about. Raid encounters, yes, please. I think for balance, we have to do some big changes. Do you feel like players will riot if all the material or the martial classes other than rogue start doing less damage? Yes, I think that martial classes need to be doing more damage. I think so. My take on it, if you ask me, Haas, is if depending on how much utility the class has, should dictate their damage and or mitigation of damage if they're a tank. So like the more like the super utility classes, the druid, the bard, those kind of classes have a lot of things that they do. They're considered jack of all trades, even though they're not necessarily that, but that's what they're considered. They should not do anything well because they're a jack of all trades. And a lot of people have this issue where, oh, I play a druid, I should be able to heal as well as a cleric, but I still have all this extra utility. Or I play any class, you name a class that has a lot of utility. I play a ranger, since we're looking at ranger and archer right here. I play a ranger and I have the ability to heal and snare and dot, and I can range damage. I can melee damage. I can kind of off tank. I have like all of this utility, but I should still be able to do the same amount of damage as an archer or a rogue. And it's like, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. I'm sorry. You can't have it all, right? You can't have it all. But there's a big problem in Monsters and Memories where we have people who only play one class and they're like, this class needs this and this and this and this and this and this. Like they need everything and they need to be able to do their main job better than everybody else or as well as everybody else. And that's not what Monsters and Memories is. It's not. Monsters and Memories is more of your D&D style game where depending on your role, what your job is as that class, that's what you do. You don't get the option of flexing into other roles. People think of it as like, okay, a ranger can flex into a tank temporarily. It's not flexing, right? It's not, you're not being able to say, okay, as a ranger, I can build stamina and agility and put on the heaviest, best armor I can, and now I can just tank all the time. No, that's not how that works. You can temporarily go into that role and do that thing for a limited amount of time every so often. Like every 10 minutes, you can, use a cooldown to be able to do it for 30 seconds, that kind of thing. And people need to understand that. So that's part of the balance, right? That's part of the balance. So raid encounters, we'll probably end up talking about raid encounters because I love it, Caldwell, so I'm sure we'll get there. Leveling paths. What kind of leveling paths are you curious about, Magicot? I can help you out there. I've got a hot take. The community has become more toxic in the last month. I agree with that, Harkstead. 100% agree with you on that. And I think that's the people coming in from various games that are flopping. Ashes of Creation. But I think it's just, as the game grows, we're going to see that. And that's just going to be an unfortunate side effect, honestly. It's an unfortunate side effect of Monsters and Memories getting more popular. A year ago, when I first looked at this game, which is a little over a year ago now, it was so niche. And prior to that, it was even more niche. There was probably only a few thousand people in the world that knew about this game, like 2 to 3, 4 years ago. Because they just started developing it 5 years ago. So literally like 3 people knew about it 5 years ago. And then it's kind of grown from there. And over the past year, this game has grown exponentially. And in the past couple months, like how exponential it works is literally like doubles in size each time. So yeah, I would agree with that. Didn't last stream test. They showcase a lot of problems, especially mana. There's some mana issues. Yeah. People are getting really mad too. They are getting mad. Yeah. And that's why Sean, by the way, talked about in his last stream, chill out. Like, let's just chill out. Like, stop expectations. He made this a big thing in his last stream. He didn't really make it a big thing, but he talked about it. They are a small indie company that started out with basically three people. They have zero money. It's not like Expedition 33, which technically is an indie game with, millions of dollars or being self-funded by like people that have a lot of money. It's not like those kind of things. Or Ashes of Creation, which is an indie game that had an influx of millions of dollars. These are not indie games necessarily. To me, it's fundamentally required aspiration of these types of games. The raids, yeah, I agree. I'm one of the players that love raids but hate hardcore raid culture. But what dot problem? The dot problem is basically the short version of it is dots are not really great in a group because the TTK is too low, TTK being time to kill. So if the TTK is under 30 seconds and dots last for 30 seconds, that's fine if you can get the dot on immediately, but there is a cast time, there's a ramp up time, there's all of those kinds of things, So once you get the dots on, the mob is basically dead in like 10 seconds. And then it's like, well, why did I even cast the dot? That's the dot problem. Topic. In-game rating, a caliber of gear you get from group content, harder content should provide better gear. Yeah. But what do you consider harder content? That's another debate that we're kind of having in the raid thing is people are saying, well, just because it's a raid doesn't necessarily make it harder content. And they're not wrong. They're absolutely not wrong. Like, you could take 1,000 people and throw it at a boss. That makes the content trivial. So does zerging raid content mean that they should be the best gear in the game? But their idea is, well, one person in particular is like, well, I play a wizard and I try to do challenging content. I want to challenge myself. And it's like, okay, well, you can challenge yourself to solo every boss in the game if you want to, on whatever class you want. That's challenging yourself. But the thing is, anybody can come in with as many players as they want and kill that same enemy. So why should that enemy have the best gear in the game? It shouldn't. Just because you decided to challenge yourself to make that encounter harder doesn't mean somebody else can't make that encounter easier. So that's the thing that you have to think about with raids is it takes time to get everybody together. Like organization, you usually have a raid leader, you have, guild leaders, you have officers, you have all of this entire structure. It's like a business, and you have to get people, hey, we are going to be on at this time of day and we're going to be doing this content. Everybody needs to be there, have your potions ready, have your, all the things that you need, be prepared, and we're going to go into it, that kind of thing. Monsters and Memories miniatures. Wait, what? I want to see this. What's this? 3D print. I want this. I commented on this. Yeah. And Zukin and ZBrush. Okay. I already commented on that. I was like, what? This is popping out at me. I want to look at that real quick. I totally want that, dude. I totally want that. I want to 3D print some stuff. I'll be lucky to get 1 hour a day. Ooh. That's going to be tough for you, but you'll be able to level up. It might take you a year to get to max level, but you'll be able to do it. As utility goes up, your primary role ability should go down. I agree with that, Magicot. 100%. Yeah. It takes me an hour just to get a group together. Sometimes it does. That right there is prime, exactly what I'm talking about, Captain Caldwell. Getting a group together is so much more difficult than just logging in a game and soloing an enemy. So why should soloing be more reward than getting a full group together? Why should a full group together be more reward than getting 5 groups together? It's more difficult. It's more challenging. I shouldn't say it's more difficult. It's more challenging to get all these people together and organized to do content that requires that many people. So it should be better. I mean, I just don't understand the logic behind, nope, it shouldn't be the best in the game. It shouldn't be the best gear in the game because I should be able to get the best gear in the game solo. What? It doesn't register with me. I don't understand. Absorb some hits or over stress the healer as a ranger off tank. Yeah, exactly. People coming from other games wanting to instill their wants. That's another thing that we also need to remember. Vulgaris, like I agree with you. Stop going into this on the Discord. I love the feedback that people are doing. Please continue putting feedback. The devs are listening. Absolutely do that. But stop being like, well, EverQuest did it this way, so we need to do it this way. World of Warcraft did it this way, so we need to do it this way. Just stop. Just stop. Say, hey, I liked this in EverQuest. Can we do this in Monsters and Memories? They're different games. I know that they seem very, 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 very similar. But they are different games. They are very different games. Once you get down into the nitty-gritty, they are not the same thing. You're right. The alpha test players have been all lovely. This Discord stuff for me. Yeah. I think the alpha test players, for the most part, are pretty good. I was one of the people who thought Inquisitor needed haste to be useful in their group more. I think I was wrong, and it should have been slow to tank better. That would make sense, yeah. That and the Enfeeble line from the Enchanter, obviously not as good as the Enchanter, though. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's the thing. It's like people think, oh, I need more utility. Like you're saying, Magicot. Magicot is like the mascot, by the way, of Inquisitors. If you don't know, Magicot's the mascot of Inquisitors. And yeah, like, do they need haste? I don't think they need haste, but I haven't really played an Inquisitor. So, I'm going to let somebody else who's played an Inquisitor, I might chime in and be like, I don't think they need haste. Like, we don't need, there's a certain point where too many classes have something, and there's a certain point where too few classes have something. Haste is one of those ones, though, that now only 4 classes have it, and I think that's good. I think we're good. We can stop there. We don't need to go any farther. There's the Enchanter and the Shaman. They have really good haste spells, and then you have Inquisitor and Beastmaster, right? I don't think anybody else has haste, so I think we can stop there. We don't need any more. That's a leveling path. I'm curious about 20 or 25 to 40 leveling path. Looks like that isn't just sit and fall and pass. Let's see. Fall and pass, obviously. Yeah, that's an obvious choice. It's a very good choice. You can also go over to Vale of Zintar. There's some good stuff over in Vale of Zintar that you can do. That's probably more in the 20 to 30 range, like there's orcs. There's going to be a new orc dungeon called Blacktide Bay. Blacktide Bay, Sean is talking about it's going to be a starting around level 12, and he hasn't given us a level range for it. I suspect Blacktide Bay to push into the 40s or close to it, into the high 30s. So I'm thinking come beta, check that out. Check that out for sure. I think that's going to be a great place to be in at least the mid 20s to mid 30s at least, maybe even upwards of 40. But that's not until beta. For now, though, I would say other than Fallen Pass, you have Shallow Shoals is really starting around level 40. Where else can you go? You can go like around level 30 into the Grain Cellar. It's a pretty good spot. You can go into Telekir and kill. That's actually Telekir goes all the way up to like level 40 stuff. The Ashira side of it. So you can fight stuff in there 25 all the way up to 40 if you want to. Where else can you go? I'm trying to think. Like, hopefully that's a couple more places you can check out. But yeah, I would recommend those. What healer class will have the most representation in your opinion? Most representation? The Druid. Yeah, the Druid is going to be one of the most played classes, I think, because it has everything. It has Sao, it has teleportations, it has healing, it has direct damage, it has dots, it has damage shield, it's got a pet, it's got charm. I mean, the Druid has everything, and it is good at all of them. It's not amazing at all of them, but it's good. By the way, they put up a position. Seems exciting. They put up a position. What position? Let's see. I'm on level 4 Ranger, Night Harbor. If you want to mess about. There you go. Yeah, group up together, guys. Definitely make some groups. Like if you meet people, use my Discord channel if you want to. I don't use it a whole lot. But what we can do over here is, I mean, there's people that have been chiming in kind of lately. What we can do is I can make like some channels over here in my Discord channel if you guys don't want to use the official Monsters and Memories channels, and we can just make it, you know, like you meet up and group up and have fun. Yeah, that kind of thing. Go for it. What's up, Dan? I don't give a Dan. How are you? I really want merch and miniatures. I love a coffee table art book. Yeah, they are coming out with merch, maybe in early access, but maybe not until 1.0. You're going to be able to buy the coffee table art books. You're going to be able to buy hats and t-shirts and coffee mugs and things of that nature that all say like Monsters and Memories. Basically, they're all going to look like a lot of them are going to look like this right here. They're going to have like this logo, I think, on them, which is their official logo that I stole from them for my stuff. Hope they don't mind. I don't think they do. I think they pretty much have said use it if you want to. Have a hard time finding people that want to go elsewhere. Yeah, Magic. Like you gotta. Sometimes you have to like make a group and go. I say the orcs are good. Also, what level? Isar's in here. Isar, what level did we go do the Keeper's Bite? That was like in the high 20s, wasn't it? There's some like, what are they called? Poachers that are over in Keeper's Bite area. Not Keeper's Bite. Yeah, Keeper's Bite. I think it's around level high 20s. Did you ever play DAOC in the early times? Yeah, I played DAOC day one when it released. I'm not a big PvP person, so I didn't really enjoy DAOC, but I think they did it right with the realm versus realm, and they focused on that, which is something that I was talking to somebody about recently, where if you want a PvP game, like I don't think that PvP for Monsters and Memories is good. I think it's a terrible, terrible thing, and they should just completely ignore it. That's my personal opinion on it, but other people disagree, and that's fine. I just don't think like EverQuest, Monsters and Memories need it. If you don't focus your entire game around PvP and you throw PvP into it, it's not going to work. Dark Ages of Camelot definitely focused their game around PvP. They made it like the focal point, and it was good. The game is pretty easy once the group is together. When it's pertaining to XP camps, I haven't gotten to in-game and probably won't until after EA. Yeah, the game, Monsters and Memories, is not a hard game by any means. People think that it's hard. It is a brutal game, but it is not a hard game. Like, actually doing what you're supposed to do, if you play your character, somewhat properly, you're going to be just fine. Don't overpull. Don't go crazy. Make sure you have CC, all those kinds of things. Make sure everybody knows exactly what to do. Don't try to AoE kill mobs. Don't be like, I'm going to pull 4. Tank, hold all 4 of these, and I'm going to AoE them down. No, don't do that. That's not this game. One at a time. One mob at a time. According to P99, that's what I hear all the time. Dude, I hate that so much, Isar. Like, a golly. In P99, this is how it was, and this is how it should be in Monsters and Memories. Well, I'm sorry, this is not P99, guys. It's not EQ, it's not P99, it's not Project Quorum. It's none of those things. It's very similar, but it is none of those things. So just because it's like that over there. The thing is that a lot of people aren't understanding when it comes to that is buffs in this game max 1 hour. There are no, there's permanent buffs like your auras, permanent self buffs, but then an hour or less. Right? In EverQuest, you had buffs that lasted upwards of 4 hours, like in the later expansions with AA points and all that. Now, could we get there? Could we get to a point in Monsters and Memories? Yes. Also, combat in EverQuest was far slower. You had TTK upwards of a full minute, or like very long fights. I remember fighting dragons for like 30 minutes to an hour when you're doing raid bosses. Nothing in Monsters and Memories is that long of a fight. So the combat is completely different. So we can't say, well, in EverQuest, in Project Quorum, in P99, in World of Warcraft, in all of these other games, we can't bring that over into Monsters and Memories because the combat's different. It's a different animal. Anyone here if Steam Deck might be supported at some point? Yes. Well, Steam Deck specifically supported, no, but controller supported, yes. They're trying to. SFCXXV. I assume that means like 2 million and something. I don't know. Is that like some sort of Roman numeral? I don't know. But anyway, yes, they want to do controller support at some point. I know people that have run this game on a Steam Deck and made it work. I actually have a friend of mine who has done it, and It functions, right? It functions, but they need some more internal support on it to really make it work well. Monster Memories is almost 1-for-1 copy of EQ though. It's expected people 100% of EQ clone when it's currently 97% clone. Well, no. See, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. I agree that it is very similar to EQ. That's probably its closest similarity. But when you're comparing Monsters and Memories to EQ, it feels the same. It looks similar, that kind of thing. But under the hood, it's a different animal completely. It's like taking a car and just putting a shell on top of it and being like, that's the same car. No, it's a completely different engine, right? Completely different engine. Like you have, like I was saying, the time to kill is different. The numbers, the entirety of the numbers are different. The amount of health that a tank gets at every level is different than it is in EverQuest. The armor class values are different. The weapon damage is different. All of that is different. The calculations are all different. So you can't say that it's the same. Why would you have, like, you can't throw in mana burn and be able to be like, oh, I'm going to do 10,000 damage on my wizard. No, that doesn't work in this game because 10,000 damage is a lot of damage. If you try to do that in this game, it will not function. You can't do a 1-to-1, transfer over. You can't. You have to change the numbers. So that's what people aren't understanding. Is they're like, well, like there's a thing up here, right? There's a thing up here. Where is it? Anyway, I don't remember where it is, but it's basically saying that root should last longer. And I'm not disagreeing that maybe we should get some more root spells or whatever. I'm not saying that, but a 30-second root is what you have in Monsters and Memories. 30 seconds is a long time in this game because most enemies die within 20 to 30 seconds at all level, like all the way up to level 60. And raid bosses die within like 2 minutes, but you don't root them anyway, so it doesn't matter. So the point that I'm trying to make is, why would we need a 5-minute long root? Other than if you're soloing, and even if you're soloing, you can probably kill it in 2 minutes. So you don't really need these really long root spells. That's just one example. Not saying we shouldn't have longer roots available. I think druids probably could get them. Maybe even a shaman could get them, like certain classes. But that's my point, is we can't do a 1-to-1 copy. It's like you're saying it's almost a 1-to-1 copy, but it's not. You just think you think that it is because there's the same type of skills, the same acronyms for the skills, all of that, but the underlying formulas are completely different. So we can't do that. In their second expansion, the game was in a state that you can equip a character with very viable in-game set of armor from quest gear and craft it. I suggest that was the best time for players. No rating was required. You could do it. Add those items in. You could also in-game viable with player-generated resources. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what game you're talking about. You're talking about DAOC? Yeah, like I think that having some items that are really good and really rare, I don't have an issue with those. Like you could have in-game items that are from a level 20 mob that you could solo easily at level 60, or even probably solo at level 20 something, depending on your class. But those should be extremely rare items, that kind of thing. So. That's how I look at that. I can't say for certain, but if I were the devs, all the suggestions with a grain of salt, totally don't mind using their experience to create unique experience play. Yeah, and I think they are. DM tip, I think they are. They are absolutely taking our suggestions, our feedback from the forums, the things that we say in streams, all of that kind of stuff, Reddit, all of those. They're taking that information. And a lot of times they're kind of chuckling at it. Like, here's the thing. And I don't know how to put this without coming off as kind of pretentious or something. I don't know. But we'll see if I can say it. These devs are not dumb, right? They're not stupid. Sean has been making MMOs for 25 years. He actually developed several of the encounters and things for EverQuest. He was a developer for EverQuest. And when people come in here and they say stuff like, you have to do instances. I'm going to use that as my example because we were talking about raids recently. You have to put instances in the game or the game's going to fail. We've learned this over the past 25 years, blah, 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 blah. Sean knows this stuff, guys. Like, it's not something that you're preaching to the choir here. He realizes that contested mobs are a problem, but he's trying to say, well, let's try to see if we can figure out a different way to do it. He's not saying that I don't want to do instances. Instances are not a resolution. They are. We all know that they are, right? We know that contested mobs are a problem. We know that toxicity in the community is a problem. You're not telling anybody probably anything new. You're not some genius. I hate to say that. You're not a genius that has just like had an epiphany and been like, I know exactly what would make Monsters and Memories better. And you go out there and you put it on Discord as if you're the first person to think of it. That's not true, okay? You're not the first one. But giving your feedback and saying, I think that instances are the best resolution to this. I don't like anything else that anybody's come up with. That kind of discussion, that's a completely different animal, right? Like you can say that and it's okay. But to pretend that you have come up like you are the genius in the room because you thought of instances before anybody else did. Really? So anyway, let the testers bring up balance concerns, bugs, but design considerations are the wish list items. Very easy to slow down everything. Yeah. And I think the devs are doing a good job of that. They know a lot of these issues. Where'd my music go? I wish that this. Are you still there? Yes, I'm still here. Maybe if I leave it up in the background, it won't stop. We'll try that. Also, zero experience playing this game yet. But is there any benefit as a higher level character to kill lower level mobs? Perhaps ones you could kill easily if you just had a few minutes. Yeah, there is DM tip. So like as you get higher level, you're going to, obviously the lower level content's going to become easier. You might find that you are trying to fight something that's very difficult, but it drops a really good item. So you get higher level and then you go back and kill it at a higher level, making it a lot easier to get that item, especially if you're a soloer. So yes, there's always things to go back after. There's certain mobs that I didn't even kill until I hit level 60. And then I went back and killed them because it's got the best armor or best weapon or best item in the game for my class. And I didn't even realize it until after I way out leveled it. So there's absolutely reasons to go back and fight some of that stuff. There's mobs out in the game that you normally would not camp. Like usually when you're playing a game like this, you're camping, you're in a group of friends, you're all camping one little area and you're killing, one or two or three named or whatever in that area for some amount of time and you get all their gear. But there's mobs that are just rare, roaming around randomly in a world, and you don't really want to camp those in a full group. It's a terrible experience. There's only like 3 of them, and in a full group, you kill all 3 of them in, a minute, and then you're just waiting for 10 minutes for all of them to respawn. And you're like, okay, what do we do? Doop, boop, 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 and it's boring. So you go back and you kind of kill those later. You camp them later. There's definitely reasons for doing that, yeah. They have a job opening? Who does? My goodness. Hang on. All right, who's got a job opening? Monsters Memories does. I want class icon hoodies. Ooh, that'd be cool. Yeah, like a little fighter, like a fighter hat or a fighter hoodie or something. That'd be cool. Yeah. If you had a 10 to 15 minute break in the day, how would you spend it in game? Is it worth killing mobs really low level if you can clear them quickly? No, that is not. No. Deep space. If I had 10 to 15 minutes in the game, I would probably trade skill. That's going to be your best bet. Run around, harvest some nodes. If you already have a bunch of materials, use that time to go and make something out of them to level up your trade skill. That kind of thing. That's what I would do. I wouldn't try to go kill monsters. Some classic classes in DOC was OP, like the Ranger classes and the Rogue type was kind of useless. Yeah, and that's a thing in this game, Wolverine Tooth, that I hope that they get behind pretty soon. Balance is not something that they have really, they have considered it. I'm going to say that I think that they have not considered it based on how unbalanced I feel like things are right now. Like certain classes, once you get into the higher levels, it's like, okay, you only need one of these, and like 20 of these, right? Like it's just certain classes are just not, they don't feel balanced to me yet. Uh-oh, we got a commercial. Hang on. Boop. Get rid of that commercial. But yeah, certain classes just don't feel balanced, and I don't mean balanced like every class needs to be doing this amount of DPS or tank this well or whatever. But like we talked about in the beginning of the stream, is the more versatility you have, the less good you are at those different things. So if you have a lot of versatility, you're not going to be great at DPS. You're not going to be great at tanking. You're not going to be great at healing. But a lot of people like to look at those, especially when you come from things like World of Warcraft. You want to, okay, you're a DPS class, you need to be pushing this amount of DPS. You're a tank class, you need to be able to mitigate this damage, position mobs right, and be able to maintain threat. You're a healer class, you need to put out this much HPS. And if you're not doing that, then you're not playing the class properly. That's not true of this game. So like a shaman, for example, may not be able to put out as much healing per second as a cleric, but they have other utility like able to slow the mob's attack speed, which makes up for that. So you have to look at balancing that way. A monk, for example, should a monk be doing the same amount of DPS as a rogue, assuming the rogue is doing the amount of DPS they're supposed to be, which is S tier? No, a monk should not be doing the most DPS in the game. They should also not be able to tank as well as a tank. They should be doing something under that. Why? Why should they not be able to do either of those roles? Because those are like the primary roles in the game. Well, because they're the best pullers. They're amazing at feign death. They're amazing at, like split camps, stuff like that, which a lot of people don't understand. If you don't play EverQuest, if you never played EverQuest or similar types of games, there's not a lot of similar types of games. You need to understand how those utilities work. A druid using Unity is a huge boost to your group, because you can cast Unity on 5 enemies and then you could pull one at a time, rather than like a cleric trying to pull. What's a cleric going to do? They can lull, but let's assume that a cleric doesn't have lull or placate. They have to go up and they're going to pull something. It's like they're going to pull all 5 of them, right? So those are the balance. That's how you balance it. Shaman can't lull, but it can slow all of the enemies. So if you pull 3 accidentally and they slow all 3 of them at 50% speed, that's like having 1.5 of those enemies rather than 3 enemies attacking you. Whereas a druid or a cleric can go in and placate, so they only pull 1. So that's the difference in these. But one doesn't heal better than the other, that kind of thing. That's where the balance comes in. I'm a complicated position where I want to poop sock, but don't have a dedicated guild friend group and not sure I want to play a class that can solo. Well, that's where you meet people, sup baby. Like join. There you go. Caldwell wants to do the same thing. Why don't you guys join together, right? One of you play a healer, one of you play a tank, and then just fill in the rest. Or one of you, like that. That's what I'm saying. Like meet people now, try to form friendships now, and maybe you can create a static group. Find people with a similar play time and play style as you, and try to form a static group. I have a static group to poop sock the heck out of this game. Like, you guys might think that I play a lot. My friend Isar, who's here in chat, plays more than I do, like a stupid amount. So it's a thing. Like, that's why he and I get along so well. I think we both will log into this game and play it 20 hours a day and have fun, literally doing mindless things like camping one mob. We've actually done that. We sat in a camp for like 10 hours one day, just the two of us, killing the same mob every 10 minutes and just chatting. Like, that's just the type of people we are. We enjoy that. So yeah. Who is Ali? Funny poll in general chat. Is there a general? Ali is one of the owners of the game. Which general chat are we talking about? General discussion right here? Or in general chat up here, general chat. But Ali is one of the owners. I miss last message from Ali over a month ago. Come home, we miss you. Aw, I miss him. Who is Ali? Ali is one of the 3 owners of the game. So you have Sean and Nick, which most of you know because they both stream. Ali is like, so I think Nicodemus put it really well one day. You have like Sean as the front man, right? You have Nick on like lead guitar, and then you have Ali who's on drums. He basically keeps everything together and succinct and like he's the under the hood guy. He's the numbers guy. He's the back end manager kind of thing. That's what Ali is. Ali. It's funny. I keep saying it that way because it's a lot of people call him Ali, like a skateboard Ali, but it's Ali. Apparently, I may be saying it completely wrong. What's going on, Bam Bam TV? How are you? The guy on the team responsible for turning DB changes into a patch. Yeah, he does do that too. Yeah, wasn't Sean lead over Planes of Power expansion? He has experience. Yes, Sean was like Planes of Power. Yeah, he came in, I think, prior to that as an apprentice, learning things, and then some people left, and then he had to come in. He did a lot of the raid stuff. Please, no instancing. Other games do plenty of instancing. Go play other games. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I don't want instancing. Am I that far behind in chat? Oh, my goodness. I'll try to catch up. There are trade skill items to farm, too. Yeah, there are trade skill items. Monster Memories had a Unity programmer opening. It's in the Discord. Nice. Like a programmer? That's cool. Yeah. A hoodie that is your favorite race's head on the hood? Ooh, that would be cool. The problem with that is they would have to do a print on demand of those. Because otherwise they can't print out a bunch, so they would probably be more expensive, but I think a lot of people would pay for them. Just preparing for a semi-AFK situation throughout the day as I work from home. As long as I can do something, I'm okay. So no. Deep Space. You just hit on like a completely different play style, right? You said, what can I do in 10 or 15 minutes of the game? That kind of thing, which I told you, trade skills. But if you can look at your screen approximately every 10 minutes, maybe 15 or whatever, you are in a prime position to camp a mob, a single mob or a single camp. Let's say you're trying to get glowing black stone from EverQuest 1, right? The glowing black stone came from a mob that spawned in that game once like every hour or something. And it had a chance to spawn, and you knew where it spawned. You can go and sit there and just wait for it to spawn. You could be camping that. Those are the kind of things that I love about EverQuest and Monsters and Memories. And that's something they're bringing back from EverQuest, is the ability to sit at a camp and camp one mob. There's roaming giants like the, what's it called? The Ancient Cyclops in EverQuest. And it spawns and it roams around in an area, and it has the J-boots on it. Wasn't it the Ancient Cyclops had J-boots? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But you can go and camp stuff like that, right? That's what's perfect about your stay-at-home job. If you can solo that mob, let's say you're the Ancient Cyclops might be level 30 or 40 or whatever it was, and you're level 50 and you're just like at work and you're kind of just goofing off or whatever. You can just watch for that to spawn. As soon as it spawns, you kill it. Otherwise, you're on phone, you're doing what you need to do, writing emails, etc. So that's what makes this really good. Good morning, Nicodemus. How you doing? I hope you guys are doing well. Just wanted to listen a bit as work on the day job. Yeah, sounds great, Nicodemus. Glad to have you here, my bud, my friend, my pal. I believe Sean joined EQ either right before or after Kunark as a customer service. Yeah, he was in around that. That sounds about right, Italica. Yep. I wonder if I've ever met Ali. I live in Bahrain. Do you? For 6 years. Wow. That's cool. Maybe. I don't know. How many people live in Bahrain? Like, isn't it a pretty big city? Nicodemus, can you get that added? Wait, what? Love to have a hoodie. Oh, the hoodie thing? That would be something you would probably have to chat with Zukin or ZBrushed on, because they're going to be the ones that probably make the art for all of the... like if we wanted to have hoodies that have art on them, I would imagine that those guys, or Goblin maybe, would do all that. He dropped the AC ring? Yeah. Use a turn in? Yeah, for the J-boots. There you go. I thought that was what it was. I couldn't remember. It's been so long since I did that kind of stuff. Ancient Cyclops had a ring for the J-boots. Drizzlin and Nagina dropped the boots before the quest was in. There you go. There you go. How old are your kids? You have a 15-month-old boy? Oh, my goodness. My kid's 12. It's a small island nation, amazing rich culture. I'll be moving back. Nice. That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, I love that. All right, I think I've caught up with chat. So let's go find something that we can discuss. What else do you guys want to discuss? We brought up the raid scene a lot. I know. So tell me what you all think about the raid scene. I will tell you me while you all fill the chat with what you feel you want out of the raid scene or lack thereof. Maybe you don't want the raid scene. Maybe you absolutely hate the raid scene and you just like no raids whatsoever. Let me know. Like I'm curious. I personally want a raid scene where you get up to level 60, you get, the best gear you can possibly get from the group content, and then you go into low level raids and you do a low level raid to get slightly better gear for your. I want raids to be minimum 18 people, 3 groups. That's what I prefer. And then upwards of, I would like to see in Monsters and Memories raids of up to maybe 60 players. I love big raids, which would be 10 groups. That's a lot. In EverQuest, it was like 72, which was like, oh my gosh, that's a lot. But I think, I would like to see some content made for larger groups of people, like, 50 people, 60 people, something along those lines. Eventually, right? Maybe we'll start out with three groups, 18 players. And you do those raids a couple of times. You get some starter gear from that. And then that gets you just enough to be able to do the next raid. And then just enough to be able to do the next raid. And you keep going up. Like you have maybe 10 different raids that you can do. 3 of them are easy. 3 of them are medium. 3 of them are hard. And then there's like a capstone raid at the very top. And if you try to go in with your brand new fresh level 60 characters and you try to go straight to that capstone raid, you get annihilated. But if you go in and you've gotten a lot of the level 1 raids and level 2 raids and level 3 raid gear, let's say you've killed all of those, a half a dozen times each. So that means you're getting around anywhere from 6 to 12 items if they drop 2 items each or whatever for your raid party. Then you might have enough mitigation, enough mana regen, enough damage, enough, whatever to be able to do that top end raid. So that's the horizontal progression of the raids that I want to see personally. So yeah. I've always wanted mana robe, house coat. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I hope they do this. That would be cool. Yeah, that'd be neat. Like like an actual bathrobe kind of thing. I'm only really familiar with WoW, Final Fantasy types of raids. Not sure how the Zergy raids work. Okay, so they're nothing like Final Fantasy 14. Sup, baby? Nothing like that. You're never going to see a raid like that in Monsters and Memories. It won't function. They will be similar to World of Warcraft raids. I would say a very simple World of Warcraft raid. So like in World of Warcraft, at least the early days of World of Warcraft, you had things like mostly tank and spank. So basically you're going to send in a tank. They're going to be hitting the mob. They maintain threat. They're going to position it away from the raid party. So that if it has any type of frontal AoE, frontal cones, those kind of things, it doesn't hit the entire raid. The rest of the raid is going to be DPSing it, hopefully from behind it, because it just works out better that way. It might have an AoE that hits everybody, so they'll have to heal through that, or you have to get certain mitigation for that. So like you're going to have to get really high fire resist for a fire dragon kind of thing. And then there might be additional small things you have to avoid. So like in World of Warcraft, you had things where it would be like fire coming across the ground and everybody had to jump over the fire. You're probably not going to see something like that, at least in the early days of Monsters and Memories raids, but maybe later on. I wouldn't mind seeing something along those lines. I think they're going to have something more like this player is a target, and the raid mob might be like, Criddle, like do like a big shout, like a zone-wide shout, like, Criddle, death to Criddle or whatever. I don't know. I'm just trying to spitball something off the top of my head. And then 5 seconds later, you get like a debuff that counts down 5, 4, 3, 2, and at 1, it explodes. So that player, whoever they call out, would need to move away from the raid because they're going to explode in a bunch of damage. They don't necessarily hurt themselves, but they hurt everyone else around them. So you have to be paying attention to those kinds of things and move away. I think that we're eventually going to get to that in Monsters and Memories, but I don't think we're there yet. Right now, it's more positioning of the mobs to get outside of AoEs and different types of effects, and then healing through those on your tanks. That's basically what raids are. They're fairly simple, but they're challenging in the fact that you need certain gear. So like if your tank goes in to a raid with like 200 armor class, the raid boss is going to be doing like 400 damage a hit, and you're just going to get annihilated. But if you have a tank that has geared up properly and has 400 or more armor class, they're not going to be taking those 400 damage hits. The tank has like 75 or more fire resist if it does fire damage, that kind of thing. Then you may also have to avoid things like, it's going to be an AoE. Everybody avoid the AoE. Step out of the AoE range, come back in, do some more DPS. Step out of the AoE range, come back in. That kind of thing is what you're looking at. I love to have some kind of improvements, either gear or faction quest items unlocks that could lead to improvements. They will have that. That will be a thing. Yeah. I like that they're focusing on grouping. I hope they never make content require more than 18. Okay, so yeah, I mean, some people don't want the larger raids. I love the larger raids personally, but yeah, I totally get that some people are not going to like that. So you don't want them to be over 3 groups. Makes sense. I want to see personal loot. Today's gamers are too used to selling items for real cash and loot council corruption. Yeah, the days of honest people. I agree with that. Yeah. So there are some items in the game that are no trade. So like personal loot. I think what they should probably go to, I don't know, bind on equip. That kind of goes in that direction, but kind of doesn't. The problem is, even if you make it personal loot, like are you saying you want personal loot like in Diablo, where you're running around with your friends in Diablo and loot only drops for you and loot only drops for them? So like when you kill a dragon, you may or may not get an item, that kind of thing. I would love to see some world bosses that are difficult, and maybe some that are once per day. Chat scrolled fast. Maybe different times each week. Yeah. That's what I want to see as well. DM tip, and they kind of do that. So right now, it's like a 3-day spawn on most of the content in the game. We know this because of the earthquakes and how those work. When we had that 10-day test back in November, it was like every 3 days the earthquake would happen, and then it respawns like all the bosses. I think we need to have longer ones. I think 3 days is not long enough, depending on the difficulty, the quality, and they're working on that. That's something they're looking at. Zone-wide death touch. I don't like death touch, baked beans, but if it's used properly, I don't mind it. Bosses that are taunt immune to make people watch their hate management. Yeah, that's another big one. Yeah, like a taunt immune type boss. Yeah, or a boss that just like kind of mem wipes every now and then. Those are challenging mechanics they can absolutely put in. I think having smaller group raids limits the negative impact of a hybrid class being a jack of all trades. For example, will a druid or shaman's utility plus smaller heals be useful as a cleric? So, to talk about that, Mesric, yes, absolutely. Right now, in raid settings, because this is how it was in EverQuest, this is how it's going to be in Monsters and Memories, this is how it is in other similar style games. A shaman's main role in a raid is not to be a healer. It's actually to be a debuffer. They have the best slow in the game. So their role is to make sure that they buff everybody, all the melee people in their party especially, giving them more strength, more stamina, more dexterity, all of that so that they can hit the mob harder, they can tank the mob better. So that's their role. And then they also debuff the mob. They can reduce the mob's strength, dexterity, agility, all of those things to make it easier to hit the mob. The mob also does less damage. They can slow the mob with the best slow in the game, so their attack speeds are half the speed that they normally would be. If they attack once every second, they would now attack once every 2 seconds. So it literally halves the amount of melee damage that they do. Then the shaman would be like a spot healer for all of that AoE damage that's going off. AoE goes off, player takes damage, they heal that person. They would also heal off tanks. So like you have a tank that's tanking the big dragon, but it spawns 50 whelps, right? And those whelps start beating on people. Well, it's the shaman or the druid's job to go in and make sure that they are healing anybody that takes damage from those whelps, while the clerics are most likely going to be healing the main tank. So everybody has a role, and that's going to be the shaman's role. They may not be the main healer of the main tank necessarily. They can do that. Every once in a while, they'll put a heal over time, their spores line on the main tank. They only do that once every 24 seconds because the shaman's heal lasts for 24 seconds. So every 24 seconds, they target the tank. They put that on the spores on them, and then they go back to doing what it is that they're healing the rest of the group. So just because you're not the best at healing as a shaman, like direct healing, doesn't mean you don't have a role in a raid. And that's a major misconception that people have. They're like, oh, well, I don't do the best damage, therefore nobody's going to want me in a raid. Well, no, what else do you do? You know, like a ranger and a spellblade right now are supposed to be like A tier DPS. Well, why would I play an A tier DPS when I can play a rogue or an archer that's supposed to be S tier DPS? Well, the reason you do that is because both rangers and spellblades have these cold proc effects. Those cold proc effects, when they get on a mob, slow the attack speed of the mob. So you might have a shaman that slows it by 50%, but then you have these rangers and spellblades that slow it by an additional 20%. So now you have a 70% slow on the mob, whereas you would only have a 50% slow without the shaman or without the rangers and the spellblades. So they do a little bit less damage, but they're doing more utility to the group. They also, the ranger might be put into a DPS group with all of your rogues and your archers because it's going to increase their offense, right? They have an aura, I believe it increases offense, and their aura is going to increase the offense of that entire party by 5, effectively making them 1 level higher when attacking the enemy. So all of those other classes in your party now hit the enemy more often because you have a ranger in your party. So all of these classes are needed, and that's what I'm talking about when we're talking about balance. I'm not talking about rangers being here on DPS and rogues being here on DPS and shadow and spellblades. They're all equal on DPS. No, rangers should be lower, and a rogue should be higher DPS numbers, but the ranger's aura is going to basically make both of them move up together, right? That's the difference. So, and people don't understand how that functions. A lot of people that don't come from these types of games don't understand that concept. They think, oh, everything's a sell. Oh, just give me buffs and then let me do my thing. And that's not how these games work. You actually have to work people together. So hopefully that explains some of that. Because the hybrid classes have their own utility that they bring. I remember during Tunair, we had people turn into ogres and create a wall so that when she did her AoE knockback that sends you across the zone, you would instead be knocked into the ogres. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, that's a fantastic way to do it. I never did that. That's interesting. I never heard that strategy before. Never seen it, but that's a definitely interesting concept. I hope they come up with a better healing solution than complete heal chains. Well, they don't have complete heal at all, Italica. Like, complete heal isn't a thing. So, like, you're not going to have a complete heal chain with your clerics. You're going to have the clerics. Actually, right now, as far as I know, the runes that clerics cast is the best because they're very mana efficient. They just prevent the tank from taking damage, so you never really have to heal them. And if you do have to heal them, you have the shaman and the cleric, or shaman and the druid casting their spores and touch spells on the tank, and they just heal back up while the cleric is spamming their runes. So that's currently the play. But you know, we'll have to see how it pans out. I think that they're going to have to lower that, because like you also have runes from the enchanter. So you put a main tank in a group with an enchanter, and then you put on what's it called? You put on enchant ally from the enchanter to the main tank, and then every time it's the rune is up, you use it on the main tank, and then the cleric constantly casts their rune on the main tank, and basically tanks just don't take damage. They're basically invulnerable. It's kind of nuts, actually. So yeah, I wouldn't mind large raids. I probably wouldn't get to participate. I think it's okay. Yeah, so that's another thing that people have brought up, to Vulgaris's point. Sean has brought this up, that you may not see everything there is to see in the game. Just flat out. Depending on your play style, depending on your play time, etc. Is this where we distract chat and Criddle stream? Right there. I love it. I love it, Summers. How you doing? But yeah, like, you may not see the content unless you're super duper lucky or you get into the right guild or whatever. I suspect what this game is going to do raid-wise is you're going to have 1 or 2 or 3 top guilds on the server. They're going to be doing all of the raid content, starting with the hardest thing that they can possibly do, and then working their way down until they run out of content, or until stuff starts to respawn. So let's say that my guild is the top guild on the server. I'm going to try to do the hardest content I can. We have peaked. We're doing literally the pinnacle dragon of whatever we're doing, right? And there's 10 raids below that. I might do the pinnacle dragon for the best gear, and then I might do the next 5 raids below that. And then I'll be like, oh man, we don't have time to do the other 5. That's where the other guilds come in, and they start doing those other 5, so that when the next expansion hits, or the next set of raid content, we now added 5 new raids in that are above that pinnacle. So now this guild that's at the top goes and does all those 5 things, and they leave those other 5 alone, because they're like, we don't have time to do those anymore. So then other guilds come in behind them, and you have like tiers of guilds, right? You have the top guilds, like 2 or 3 top guilds that are doing this content. Then you have the next 2 or 3 guilds that are doing the mid-tier content. Then the next 2 or 3 guilds that are doing the low-end content. And then everybody else is doing the group content. And then as more content comes in, everybody kind of levels up raid-wise. This game is going to be very horizontal progression. So you're going to get to level 60, and then it's going to be, well, what gear can you get, and how challenging is the content to be able to do the next tier up? So that's the idea, I think. So we'll have to see how it actually plays out. But hopefully, in my hope, sorry about that. My hope is that there's enough end-game content. It doesn't necessarily have to be raids, but there's enough end-game content to keep those poop sockers very busy, so that the new content, when it comes in, they move on to that, and everybody else can kind of slowly get in. Because here's the thing. Most of you are going to take 6 months or longer to get to top end level. The poop soccer people are going to get there in a month or 2. So if they get there in a month, then they have 4-5 months to farm those top end raids before you even get to level 60, where you can do those raids. By that point, Module 1 is going to come out, and they're going to go Module 1 and try to do that new content, raid content. You're just now getting to that old raid content that they no longer care about, and you're going to be doing that raid content. Then, 3 months later, as you're doing this raid content, they're doing this raid content, wax on, wax off. 3 months later, we have new raid content. Everybody's going to shift over one, right? And that's kind of the idea. So like people are like, oh, I don't want to have some big raid or guild on my server that's just hogging all of the content. Honestly, you're probably not going to level up fast enough to be able to even compete with those people anyway. You're not going to be high enough level to even do those raids. So why are you concerned with that? Because it's going to take you 6 months to get to level 60. Like it's about 500 hours. I'm going to say approximately 400 to 500 hours to get to level 60 if you're focusing on leveling. So now take that into your personal playtime, divide it by your personal playtime per day on average. That's how many days it's going to take you. It's gonna take a while. So the idea that people think, oh, they're hogging the raids. You're level 30. Like, let them do the raids. Who cares? Like, you can't even participate. So that's kind of the thing. A raid boss that inverts everything will only attack the lowest threat. Oh, dude, that would be nuts. Yeah, Magicot, that would be a crazy raid. Are the monsters and the memories we made up along the way, or are the memories the monsters we made up? Yes, actually, yeah, exactly. Kiwi had it right. Yes, Burl. Rangers cause offense. Cool. Yes. The idea all classes should be able to do everything equal is what has ruined modern MMOs. I agree with that. Yeah. I think that everybody should have their time to shine. Everybody should have their time to shine. What buff did Beastmaster get for the group? Beastmasters have an aura as well. And I don't remember what it does off the top of my head. Maybe somebody else knows, but they have an aura. I think that increases like your slashing, bludgeoning, piercing by 5 or something like that. And then maybe something else. Thanks for the explanation on hybrids. How would you say druids fit into that equation? I'm worried if I roll a druid, it'd be hard to get a group to accept me as a healer. Do you also think there would be too many clerics? I don't think there's going to be too many clerics. I think if anything, healer-wise, there's going to be more druids than clerics. Druids can heal just fine. I have a druid in my group right now. They heal just fine all the way up to level 60, doing all of the group content. So I can promise you, I can guarantee that a druid can be a single healer for all group content up to level 60. The reason I know that, I have one in my group. There's no other healer in my group. So they work just fine. A druid is going to have some of the best AoE healing in the game eventually. This is something that Nick talked about on his stream like last week sometime. They're going to get rain spells eventually where they're going to be able to cast an AoE rain that's going to just rain down on an area and heal everybody in that area, or maybe a max target of 4 or something like that. So they're going to have that. Druids also have damage shield, which so do elementalists, but they're the only 2 classes that have that high level damage shield. So one of the 2, you're going to want to one of those. Amazing damage shield. They do like at the top end, like 30 damage back to their attacker. It's quite a bit of damage. Druids also have teleportation, speed of the wild, ensnare. So a lot of enemies in this game run, and the druids have the best snare. Snare basically reduces the run speed of a mob so that when you get a mob that is not an undead or not an elemental or something, so it's just a living creature, they try to run away. They try to flee once you get them down to about 20% health. If you don't ensnare these mobs and you're in a dungeon, they will run into more mobs and it's going to cause you problems. So you want to have a druid or a ranger or a shadow knight or a necromancer that can snare mobs. So a druid is very good for that. They can also lull mobs, so they can cast an ability called Unity, or they have Placate, Unity, and then they have an AoE version of it. They're the only class that has the AoE version, I believe. And you can like AoE Unity a bunch of mobs. What that does is it makes the aggro radius of the mob teeny tiny. So if you have 4 mobs that are really close together and you placate all 4 of those, you can then grab one of those and pull them to you without the other 3 coming. So that's another big plus for the druid. The druid also has a pet, and finally, druid has charm. And charm right now is the most powerful singular skill in this game. And druid can charm animals, and there's a lot of animals. Animals considered bugs as well, like beetles. And there's tons of beetles everywhere. There's jackal that are in different places. There's, wolves and all sorts of things that you can charm. So druids have a lot that they can do and bring to the table. So just because you're not playing a cleric, which is the best healer, they have the most efficient heals and ways to prevent damage to a party member. But the druid has all of these other utilities that do a lot more than what the cleric does, but they can also heal efficiently enough. So hopefully that answers your question. Druid is going to be great. It's a fantastic class. Early indication, it's alpha, so it could change, is that we want all 3 healers to be capable of doing the job just in a different way. Yeah. So I can guarantee you all 3 healers can heal for single group content as a solo healer in a full group doing all content up to level 60. I can guarantee that. I've seen it happen. A shaman can actually do it better probably than the other 2 right now because the slows. Shaman mixed with a Spellblade, absolutely broken at the moment. It's the best duo in the game. It is cute that you think they will leave the other content alone. Maybe I'm just jaded from EQ emulators. Well, no, they won't like leave it alone necessarily. So I agree with you, right? So like, let's say that I'm the top end guild and we're doing these 5 raids. We might have alt nights, right? Where we do the lower end raids and we're leveling up alts. Yeah, that might happen as well. But a lot of the top end guilds, if they have enough content, and that's what I'm trying to say, if there's enough content in the game, you're not going to have time to do all of this content and all of this content. You're just not. Like when they added in Velius with North Temple of Ishan, you had like 10 dragons in there, and those dragons, a full raid night would be like 2 or 3 dragons because it took so long to prep, get to them, do that kind of thing, like, and kill them and move on. So it would take you 3 or 4 full raid nights to clear North Temple of Ishan. So they didn't have time to go back and do other things. And then they're adding the Sleeper's Tomb. And then, it's going to take us a full night just to clear Sleeper's Tomb. Or maybe 2 days to clear Sleeper's Tomb. So, like, it depends on how much time you have dedicated. Some of those top-end guilds are going to have time to do all of that. But if there's enough content, that lower-end content would just get ignored. Because they don't need it anymore. They're like, we're done with that. It's below us. It's trivial. What I plan to do on my server, whatever server that I'm on, if I'm main tanking and we're in the top guild, which is what whatever guild I'm in, I'm sure we'll be trying to do, is I want to do the top end stuff. But I plan to try that lower end content. I plan to try to go back and be like, okay, I'm going to try to help the community out and say, hey, we're not doing this content, but I'll tank for you, right? And make it a little bit easier. I'll main tank for, whatever dragon over here. I've already done the content. I don't need anything from it, but I'm here to try to help you all out. I'm hoping we have some guilds that do that and people that do that. Now, of course, in the very beginning, no, I'm not going to be doing that, right? Whatever guild I'm in is going to be trying to do all of the raid content because we need that gear. But once we have it all and we move on to the next tier, we don't really need the previous tier. But I do get where you're coming from. It will happen. It's going to be a while before we see expansions, though. Maybe 3 to 5 years. No. It's not going to be that long. Every 3 months, they're going to be adding in more content. I don't expect to have tons of raid content, but like when they do the module 1, which is 3 months after early access, I wouldn't be surprised if they added in 1 additional raid. And then module 2, 1 additional raid. And then module 3, 1 additional raid. And they keep moving them up. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Based on what I've seen so far. If the wiki is right about mana cost currently, Sacred Barrier has a 3-to-1 shield mana. Impart has a 4 mana. I think this is how it should be because of the yeah, so I think what people are doing, Haas, is they're using your Sacred Barrier is the highest level one, right? And then Impart Sanctity is the highest level one. I think they're using the previous tier. So not the highest level one, but the one right before that, like level 67 one. But I don't know. I don't play a cleric. Is there going to be new raid content for 1.0? I expect it, but I don't know. If the shield is now more effective than heal, it's an oversight. I think it is an oversight. It needs to be changed. I think the competition is good. I played a ton of EQ as a high schooler back when I released time frame, never hit level cap, never did a handful of raids. Super dangerous. Mad respect for those who could play even more. Yeah, I hit level cap and did all the raid. I did everything. But I was a senior in high school when EverQuest 1 released. So I went into my summer, right? The summer after I graduated, soon after, because it released in March. So I had May and June of school, 2 months. And then that summer, I played a ton, a stupid amount, and leveled up, got to max level, all that. Are they going the EQ route with no instances? Yes. The plan is 0 instances. However, it looks like there might be instances. We'll have to see how it plays out. Sean, a loving robot, has been in this And this thread up here, the raid encounters thread that I posted, he has been in there quite a bit talking about it. And instancing is on the table, but it's like at the edge of the table. They're like, if we have to go instancing route, we will, but they're trying to not do that. Too many high-end guilds and non-instance raiding leads to 3 a.m. raid calls. No thanks. That is exactly what I expect. I expect a 3 a.m. raid calls, at least for the first few months. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be trying to get to level 60, trying to do the top-end content, trying all of that. And it's going to be a race. The whole thing is going to be a race for the raid guilds. Who gets there first is going to definitely win out. I have a newborn. I'm already going to be awake. There you go, Burl. Yeah, already going to be up. I want throwing shurikens for monks with utility effects, like a 10-second snare. Dude, I think that monks should get something like that. Absolutely. It would help their pulling capabilities and their splitting capabilities a lot. Because if I could snare this mob, I want to pull. There's mob A and B right next to each other. I want to pull mob B. So I snare mob A so that mob B runs up in front and mob A runs up only a little bit. And then I feign death on the monk. Now I've already split them, right? Then I just have to wait for A and B to just turn around and start walking back. And then I tag B and pull it off. So it helps with split pulling a lot. I don't know if they'll do that or not, though. Love to see some of the stuff like Monkey DQ. Monks are mega bland. Flying kick was cool. Monks are a little bit better in this game than they were in EQ. They have stances. So they have a fire stance, water stance, earth stance, and do they have air stance? They have all 4 of those. And they do different things. But I feel like really the only one that's worth doing is probably the air stance or water stance. The earth stance is more for your off tank, and the fire stance is very lackluster. It's just terrible. It should be for a deep DPS, but right now air stance is better for DPS because it gives the monk an additional chance to proc their main hand attack. And they have triple attack, so they actually have a chance to get up to, doesn't happen very often, but a monk can attack 9 times in a round, theoretically. They can attack 3 times with the main hand, 3 times with their offhand, and if they proc an additional attack with their main hand, they could punch 3 times again. But it doesn't, I don't think it happens very often, if ever. It may not be programmed that way, but theoretically it can work that way. I think they've already started the second module. Yeah, the first module is being worked on a lot. The second module is being worked on a little bit. Third module has the starting of it, right? Third module we think is going to be High Elves. And they have started it, as in conceptualizing it, right? So yeah, Spellblade is my calling, even if it's nerfed. The idea of the class just seems too cool. It is. It's very cool, Christopher. I agree. I think that Spellblade is one of the coolest classes in the game. I assume the expeditions are going to be the instances of the game, but they're not going to be instances, but yes, instances of the game. Expeditions are going to be what your high-end guilds are doing. That is what I'm talking about when I say that the top-end guilds... Hi, Criddle Stream. There's Nicodemus. What's up, Nicodemus? Expeditions, I think, is what's going to keep those top-end guilds busy. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to level up to 60. You're going to do like the basic raids that are in the game already. Make sure you do those as much as you can. Then they're going to go into the expeditions, and the expeditions are going to be like all day long events, or they're going to be multiple day events where to clear out an entire expedition, you're going to have to take your entire raid force over there, and it's going to take a long time. It might take you a full day to get to the island. We don't really know, but the idea is that you're going to get on a boat, you're going to charter a boat, and you're going to have to fight mobs to get to an island. And then once you get to an island, oh, that's fantastic. That is wonderful. You're going to get to an island, and you're going to then fight stuff on the island to get to a dungeon, and then fight stuff in the dungeon, and then get all that stuff and leave. So, yeah. Good morning, Knuckles. How you doing, bud? Can we check the server distribution? I'm curious. What? Yeah, we can check that. So monsters and memories. I should probably bookmark this. If you guys have not done this, by the way, go and fill out this server poll. Uh-oh. Is that the right? That's the right information. Cool. Go out and fill out the server poll. We're up to 16 56, 11, 16. So yeah, it's going. We're almost at 3,000 between the two no boxing servers. These two servers, I feel like, have pretty much stagnated. I mean, they're going up, but going up very slowly. But make sure you're filling this poll out. They need this information. Sean has been talking about it like he really needs this information. You want Steiner and Vivi combos? There you go. Super short-term duration utility options. Yeah. There are other ideas for raid encounters outside of the normal idea of raid, like treasure maps. Yep. Ideas like these are also a way to get one guild. Can't gatekeep. Yeah, there are ways to gatekeep, but yes, like that is a good way to do it. Is the treasure map system where you get multiple people together and just throughout the world, you might find bits and pieces of a treasure map. Let's say your guild finds all 4 pieces of the treasure map. Then you give them to one person and then you say, okay, guys, everybody get together on Friday night at 7 p.m. We're going to go after all the treasure maps that we've collected throughout the week. That right there is a fantastic way that other guilds can do content, right? So like you might have the top end guild that's doing all the contested raid content. They're doing all the contested respawn things from the earthquakes. But you want to schedule a raid. You want your guild to schedule, hey, on Friday night at 7 p.m., we're all going to get together and we're all going to do these raids together. And you're still going to be able to get really good content or really good drops from those. And you can collect as many as you want. Let's say you collect 15 treasure maps throughout the week as your guild. You have 15 raids that you can do on Friday night. And I think that's fantastic. I think that's a great way of doing it. And I think that players are going to really focus on that. So like the more casual people are that's going to be the raid content that they do. And they're going to be happy with that. I hope. The problem is, are they going to be like, well, now I want to do the contested content. And I don't think it's fair that I can't log in at 3 a.m. to do the contested content. Well, I'm sorry that you can't log in at 3 a.m., but that content wasn't made for you. It was made for the people that are poop sockers and have that time available, right? That's what it's for. So anyway, Monk sounds cool. Maybe I'll try it out. Monk is very good. It needs, in my opinion, Monk needs a little bit more damage because I'm pretty sure that my fighter does more damage than the Monk in my party. Like I'm almost 100% sure of that. But I think that the fighter damage needs to come down a little bit more. However, people have made some valid points. A fighter doing DPS, doing that high damage, has to do it in an offensive stance, so they're not tanking at the time. But a fighter in offensive stance is still a better tank than a monk in defensive stance. Like they have to be in and they're still better. So I don't know. I think it needs to be adjusted a little bit, maybe still, but I think the fighter needs to come down a little bit more if it were me. And the monk needs to come up a little bit, but yeah. Is that an ogre monk in Discord? Oh yeah. That right there is absolutely an ogre monk. Is no longer safe for work. That's safe-ish for work, right? That honestly looks like my stepsister's husband. And that's what's crazy. I thought it was him at first. Anyway, good morning, TGI Friday. Yay! Did I miss Nick streaming this week? He didn't stream. Didn't see a stream all week. No, Nick didn't stream this week. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but he didn't stream. Double down on work. Said he's traveling too. Yeah, so that's good. Anything interesting today? We're talking about raids quite a bit, Setfer and balance. That's mostly what we've been talking about. And we talked about Druid a few times and hybrids. So just to kind of clarify, by the way, who was that was talking about that? The hybrid stuff. It was up here somewhere. Was it Deep Space? No, it wasn't Deep Space. It was Mal, I think. Or Mez? Yeah, Mesric. You were talking about hybrids. Druid is not a hybrid class. It is a jack of all trades type class, but it is not a hybrid class. And I think that's where, we're getting some disconnect a little bit. I think we need to get away from calling things hybrids because we're getting too close to, well, the cleric has this, so the paladin should have it too. The enchanter has this, so the inquisitor should have it too. those, because they're like, well, hybrid is a combination of two other things. And I loathe that so much. I'm so tired of hearing it, because I think that these hybrid classes should just be, it's a paladin, it's a ranger, it's a shadow knight, it's a beastmaster, whatever. That's what they should be. They don't need to be a shaman fighter or a cleric fighter. It's a paladin. It's not a cleric fighter. It's a paladin. Let's separate those things and let's give them abilities based on that. And some of them are, some of them aren't. We're getting there slowly with the auras and some of the unique abilities that they do. But yeah, the druid is a druid. It's not a hybrid of anything. It just happens to be good at multiple things. Really good at multiple things. Got a smoke bomb out. What? Take care, Hark. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you stopping by. I need a Nick fix. He could at least hire a hot assistant named Nicole to entertain us on stream. Well, that's what I'm here for. My name's Nicole. How is everyone doing this evening? I don't know if that's how Nicole would speak. She might be a Valley girl or something. Oh my God. Nicole here. Fee waiver, you prefer instances over zerging every raid? I agree. And I think Fee waiver, you're one of those ones that's in the that's in this channel up here, this raid thing, wherever we're talking about the raid encounters. And I've seen you talk about stuff and argue with certain people and debate with certain people, or however you want to put it. I don't disagree. I don't like the zerging aspect. I think that we should, I don't know. I like Sloan is another person that's in there that is saying things. I try not to use people's names that are in there. Let's not use people's names. I'll try to avoid that unless you are actually talking to me in chat. But other people in there are saying things like, well, zerging won't exist because of competition. And it's like, well, maybe in the beginning, right? Maybe in the beginning it'll be first to engage and it won't exist or whatever. But eventually it will probably get to zerging once you get a rotation going. And a lot of it's going to boil down to what's going on the server too. Are the top guilds on a server working together, creating a raid rotation with other guilds on the server? Or are they just racing to get there and then engaging it? That kind of stuff. So we'll have to see how that all turns out. I think that's going to be a per server basis and what guilds are on those servers, because certain guilds are just not going to want to share. They're going to be like, nope, we are not going to want to share. We're going to race you to the thing. And as long as we're winning, we're not going to want to share. As soon as they start to lose, they're going to be like, okay, you guys want to share? And that's what's going to end up happening. I also think that what's going to end up happening is you're going to have a lot of these top end guilds in the beginning that race to get to level 60. They race to get to every single raid boss. They get all of their gear, and then they're going to start to fizzle out. You also have to remember that. So whatever the top end guild is that gets there first, I would say 9 times out of 10, that guild will fizzle out within a couple of months because they're going to get tired of doing it. They're going to get bored with the game. They're going to move on. They're going to burn out, whatever. Or they're going to have a completely different group that comes up and replaces the original group. So like one of the things that I've always noticed is main tanks. They burn out so fast and they quit and they go on somewhere else. And you always have to replace those. If that happens to a guild, it could literally take them from being the top guild to like the bottom guild of that tier, right? So you got to remember that kind of stuff's going to happen. So just if you want to be part of the raid scene, you're going to have to work at it. You're going to have to put in the effort. If you're not willing to put in the effort, then don't expect to be part of that scene. Also, I would say if you want to put minimal effort but still be in the raid scene, pick a class that works for that. Don't try to be the main tank. The main tank of a guild, 9 times out of 10, needs to be on all the time. They have to be somebody that can be available a lot. The healers, on the other hand, a lot of times they can have the worst gear in the game and be able to do their job. So if you want to be like able to do stuff with the minimal effort, maybe play a cleric, you know, maybe play an enchanter for raids, because unless you're going to be doing charm killing with the raid boss, which I doubt, you just buff up the group and you sit in a corner and wait. You don't really have to do anything. You have nothing else that you can do. You can send in your pet and you can buff up the raid. Very simple, but you can participate. But usually those guilds only need like one enchanter. If it's only 3 groups or 18 players, you're probably not going to have more than 1 or 2 enchanters. So the buff classes, usually you need very few of those. Is this why you play on a PvP server? Yeah, most guilds fail due to infighting. Yeah, I'm not going to play PvP at all. Hard to make every class the best. There's many, I've just considered hybrid to mean can do more. But like I actually had somebody say that to me in one of these other things down here, talking about that. I don't remember where it was, but they were saying that hybrid, it might have been in here somewhere, and they were basically saying, well, hybrid is a mixture of 2 classes, etc., etc. So yeah. Give fighters more HP than other tanks. 25% is a good number. That's too high, right? I will even say, I say yes. I think this guy's on point. Fighters should have more HP than other tanks. 25% more is too much. I think maybe 10% is a good number. More threat than other tanks. Again, disagree. I don't think they need more threat. I think they need to mitigate more. More mitigation than other tanks. 20% is a good number. Again, too high. 10%, maybe another good number. Right? This person is going overboard with it, which is where I feel like is the problem. Like if you give fighters 25% more health, 20% more mitigation, the best threat in the game, it's just going to make fighters the premier tank and no one else will be able to compete. I don't think that they should be the premier tank where no one else can compete. I think that they should be overall the best. So a little bit more health, a little bit more mitigation, threat can actually be less, in my opinion. More damage if they swap stances. This one, 25% is too much again. They already have more damage if they swap stances by 10%, approximately. So these numbers are these are too big of numbers. This gap will not function for this game. Why more HP than Paladin as tank? Noob here. Paladins have the ability to heal themselves. That is kind of their niche. That's what they do. They have additional buffs, so they have more armor class because of their aura than all of the other tanks. Actually, Paladins, I don't think, get their spell shield. So technically, Shadow Knights and Inquisitors have more armor class than all of the other tanks. Then Paladins, and finally Fighters. Fighters have the least armor class of the other tanks. Did you know that? Did anyone actually know that? Because why should a fighter who is supposed to be a really good tank have the least armor class? Right? They should get a buff to their armor class, I feel like. But they do get additional damage reduction and 5% more than the other classes do. So, which is better? Direct damage reduction or armor class? Direct damage reduction is better than straight armor class, but they should be equal on the armor class, if anything. And right now, because the Shadow Knight and the Paladin, or Shadow Knight and Inquisitor get the shield spells, they have more armor. They also have more health. So technically, the highest health and highest armor class is Shadow Knight and an Inquisitor. The highest effective health is Paladin because they can heal themselves and they have lay on hands. And then Shadow Knight after that because of their sacrifice minion. So yeah, I'd prefer having some S tier, but every other DPS is A tier utility, or having utility shouldn't drop DPS down to B tier for a hybrid. I think that tanks No tank should go up to A tier unless they focus on damage. So like a fighter in offensive stance with a bunch of strength gear should touch the bottom of A tier DPS wise, but they have to put a ton of strength gear, dex gear on, which makes them way less of a tank. So they should be an S tier tank in defensive stance, but when they are an S tier tank in defensive stance with all of their best gear on for tanking, they should be at best a B tier DPS at best, maybe even a C tier at DPS. But if you shift that and you take away all their tank gear and you give them a bunch of offensive gear, they should touch the bottom of A tier DPS wise, but still be like A tier tanks, somewhere in the A tier range. So when you're in a group, you may want to, that may be the best thing to do is have A tier DPS with A tier tanking. Fantastic. But when against a raid, they're going to go up to S tier tanking, B tier at best on DPS. And I think that all the tanks should be able to do that. Right now, I would say that the fighter and the SK are like A tier, or the fighter is definitely an A tier DPS. Period. In offensive stance, it is A tier DPS already. The SK is also pretty close to an A tier DPS. They're very, very good DPS, while still able to tank better than a fighter while doing similar DPS. So that's kind of where my argument is. You played a Paladin last stress test, and boy, did I struggle to live. Well, that could be depending on your group, what you're fighting, your healer, a lot of that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be able to tell you why. It could be the level range. I mean, things hit hard in this game. How are you feeling going into beta? Unless they are holding a lot back, I don't think the game is beta ready. I think the game is beta ready. They just got to do a lot in beta. Had 2 healers, but we were low level 9-ish. Yeah. What was your gear? Healing sucked as a shaman. Might try a druid or cleric next patch or next test. Shaman healing feels bad. I agree. It feels bad because what you have to do is you have to preemptively heal. You need to be casting spores as soon as they start taking damage and maintain spores throughout the entire fight. And meanwhile, you need to be slowing every single mob that you're fighting. That's what's going to make a shaman better. But it feels really bad, especially until you get consume. I don't know what level you get consume. That might be level 20. Once you get consume, and as a shaman, you're going to be casting consume, heals, and slow. And you're just going to be constantly doing that. Just up and down, casting spells. Yeah. I would have linked a chain tank that had notably more HP and good self-regen. You would have liked. Sorry, not linked. You would have liked a chain tank that has more HP and self-regen. Maybe, yeah. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. I'm curious how they would do that, because like I've seen that in the past set for where what ended up happening in Rift. I believe it was the Rogue. The Rogue was actually the best tank in Rift because it wore leather armor, but it had a buff that gave it like 300% more armor or something like that. So it ended up being that of a plate tank, but then it had better threat, it had better health, it had better everything. So as long as they balance it, yeah, it could be fine. But that would make like a self-sustain kind of tank if they had really good HP regen. I can't remember off the top of my head, but definitely worked on getting the bug stuff and shield. That stuff is not very good, but it's good for low level, yes. Dire Lord and Pantheon? Yeah, the Dire Lord and Pantheon was way too strong because they didn't balance it at all. It was like a chain tank that could heal, like self-heal themselves. Didn't Nick say he was looking at mana pools, or was it mana cost of healer spells? He wasn't quite sure. Yeah, it's being looked at because right now the efficiency of healers is pretty low. I wouldn't say it's low, but it's pretty low. So yeah, we'll have to see how they change that. He's tweaked it once so that clerics currently have the most mana efficient heals, and then shaman and druid are equal in their efficiency of heals. This is the definition of beta regarding software on the wiki. I don't see it. Yeah, soloing group mobs. Wait, what? Oh, the Dire Lord? Yeah, soloing group mobs? Yeah, they could. Yeah, Dire Lord is way too strong. Beta is a software development phase following alpha. A beta phase generally begins when the software is feature complete, but likely to contain several known or unknown bugs. So yeah, I think that we're getting there. I think that's why we haven't seen Nick. That's part of the reason why we haven't seen Nick stream. By beta, so by the end of this month, we still have, 22 days left in this month, so 3 weeks. I think the idea is by the end of this month, we're going to have itemization figured out and starting to be implemented into the game, and classes to have at least most, if not all, of their abilities, so all of their features. So I think that is the goal of the devs. And then through beta, so starting March 1st, all of April, and some of May, I'm hoping through March and April is balancing. They're trying to make sure that itemization is balanced and that the classes are balanced. And again, we've defined balance multiple times in this stream. I'll define it again though, because balance doesn't mean that all DPS are equal, all tanks are equal, and all healers are equal. That's not what balance means. It means that the overall kit of the classes balance between them, right? So I think that's what we're going to be working on throughout beta. And then come May, it's going to be basically everything's done, everything's balanced. Now let's just make sure everything functions properly and do very, very small tweaks, major bug fixes. That's what May is going to be. And then early access is going to hit. So do you consider Monsters and Memories feature complete? For the base game, yeah. Well, I think it will be by the end of February. Assuming that the devs can actually put in the effort and the work that they need to do. It'll be feature complete. Now, it depends on what you consider feature complete. Some people think, oh, well, feature complete means that we have to have all of the cooking recipes. We have to have alcohol tolerance in. We have to have the wagoneering system in. Those are features, yes, but those are not features for the base game. What they mean by feature complete is you have a base game that functions. You can always add in additional things, features later on. So yes, I think it's going to be feature complete to level from 1 to 60 to do the basic content of the game. I believe that. So a paladin would have plus 400 HP, plus 60 AC compared to the others, which is likely stuck at 150 and 30. A paladin, how does a paladin get 400 HP and AC and 60 AC? Is that from their buffs that they have? So in a single group, yes, but let's say I'm playing a fighter in my group and I'm not a paladin, right? Like a paladin may not want to have a cleric in their group because they have their own personal buffs that are similar to that of a cleric. A fighter would want to have a cleric in their group to get the same buff. So ultimately they end up closer to what the stats are of a paladin. So you need to build your groups around that. And a lot of people don't do that. They think, oh, my class should be just as good no matter what the rest of my group is. Well, that's not true. Like, where do you lack as a class? That's what you need to pick up for your rest of your group. So yeah, like I don't know. I feel like that's the way these games work. That's how they should work. Doesn't matter till max level? Yes and no. Paladin is more likely to end up with Spell Shield, is my point, even though they don't have it. Yeah, well, they're not. I don't think they're going to get it. I don't think that Paladins are going to get it. Shadow Knight and Inquisitors have Spell Shield, and that's why they have more health and more AC and more magic resist than the other two tanks. Fighters have the least, right? They have the least amount of buffs. They have no buffs, really. Like, they have temporary buffs, but they have no self buffs. So they can't give themselves haste. They can't give themselves the spell shield or whatever it's called, arc shield. They can't give themselves the auras. They don't have any of those. They have to rely on other players or other characters, classes, whatever, to get those things. But in a raid setting, let's assume you have one available of every single class. You give those buffs to the fighter. Well, now it kind of makes them all on par because they all have the same buffs. The only difference being the aura from the paladin or the aura from any of the other 3 classes. But the paladin aura gives them 30% more armor class, and the self buffs of the Shadow Knight and the Inquisitor, which is going to still give them slightly more health and slightly more AC. So it's always going to be that way. There's nothing you can do on a fighter that is ever going to be able to give you the same AC and health as the other tank. It's not going to be a lot, but it's going to be, maybe an extra 65 health and an extra 20 armor or whatever it is. Don't the fighter have defensive cooldowns? They do, but so do the other classes. Sort of. All 3 or all 4 of the tanks have a defensive cooldown of some sort. Fighter has one specifically for physical damage mitigation. The Shadow Knight, Paladin, and Inquisitor have one for magical mitigation. So they have the same cooldown, but it's magical instead of physical. But the Paladin and the Shadow Knight also have like lay on hands and their sacrifice minion. So there is a balance there, and which one is going to be better is going to be dependent on factors that we really don't know yet. Ultimately, right now, the fighter is probably the better tank for raiding. But when it comes to single groups, the fighter might be the worst tank. I would say it is the worst tank for a single group because it lacks buffs. You have to actually get other classes in your party to be able to bring the fighter up to the abilities of the other tanks. Whereas the other tanks automatically just have those as part of their kit. But when you get into a raid setting, all the buffs are going to be basically equal, so there's not a lot of difference between the 4 tanks, but the fighter still has that additional 5% damage mitigation. So, yeah. Anyway, maybe need some CC depending on spot. Yeah, you definitely need that. Is it spell shield self only? It is. Yeah, you can't double dip. You can't double dip it. No, it's self only. So like that's why I'm saying that the Shadow Knight and the Paladin are going to have better because it is a self-only buff. It's going to give them an additional however much. Like we can look at the wiki. I don't remember how much it is. So let's go monsters, and we go to classes. Let's go to the Shadow Knight. So Shadow Knight spell shield. Let's go all the way down at the bottom. Oh my gosh. Why is this lagging so much? The heck is happening? There we go. That was weird. Arc spell shield. So 150 HP, 30 AC, and 30 magic resist. So a Shadow Knight will always have 150 HP, 30 AC, and 20 more magic resist than a fighter. Always. Nothing you can do about that because that is a thing that Shadow Knights can do. Shadow Knights and Inquisitors both get that spell. Paladin doesn't get it, and Fighter doesn't get it. So no matter what, it doesn't matter what buffs you give to anybody else, they will always have that much more. Which, does that make up a big difference? Yes. 30 AC is like 7% or so. 7.5% more AC than over the a top end level 60 perfectly geared tank, best gear in the game kind of thing is going to have around 400 to 450 AC. So you're talking 30 more. That's a good chunk. And 150 HP, so a base top end tank is going to have around 3000 HP. That's another 150 HP on top of that 3000. So it's a significant amount. It's not an insignificant amount. So yeah, warrior only armor could offer. Yeah, well, if they have warrior only armor, yes. But right now they don't have like many items that are single class specific. Like almost all of the gear in the game is like made for plate, so all plate classes, or made for whatever they are. Do druids even get a strength buff here? Yes. I didn't mention that in my post because it was such a minor identity. Yes, druids get the best strength buff. Well, equal to the best strength buff. It's the same as the enchanter strength buff. So yes, they do Setfer. It wasn't that way in the beginning. It was only 5 strength. So the enchanter actually had a better strength buff, but they changed it. They added it recently, and now druids have it all the way up to level like 57 or something is the highest one. And it's like 20 or 30 strength or something. He did. He finished the line, Goonie. He did. People do not know the calculation of AC and damage. That's correct, yeah. So whoever asked about AC, how it functions, we don't know. We do not know how it functions exactly, but the idea of AC is basically like mob attacks you for 100 damage. If you have 0 armor class, it does 100 damage. If you have 100 armor class, it might do anywhere from 75 to 100 damage. If you have 200 armor class, it could do like 50 to 100 damage. So the more armor class you have spreads out the amount of damage that it can roll. It can still hit you for full damage, but it's more likely to hit you for less than full damage. So your armor class basically makes the damage over time lower, but a singular hit might still be maxed, but it could also be minimum. So it could be anywhere in that range. Right now, I would say that straight damage mitigation, like straight damage percentage reduction, is better. It's the best thing. And all 4 tanks have that. 3 of the tanks has a 5% damage reduction. And then the fighter has, in their defensive stance, a 10% damage reduction. The other 3 tanks have it 100% of the time. It's always up. Like they don't have to do anything. It's just there. Whereas the fighter has to choose between offensive and defensive. But if they choose defensive, they have 10% damage reduction versus the 5% damage reduction. So it does make a difference. That 5% is good. But overall, the AC, like, does that 30 additional AC, how much does that really reduce the amount of damage? We don't really know. It's not a straight damage reduction as the percentage is, but over the course of a fight or multiple fights, that 30 AC could mean quite a bit. It could lower, it could be like a 1% or 2% overall damage percentage reduction. Like, because let's say you have 300 AC on this tank and 300 AC on this tank, but this tank has the additional 30% from the Arc's shield. They have 10% more armor because of that extra 30. But does 10% armor reduce the amount of damage you take by 10%? No, it does not. It might reduce it by 1% over the course of an entire fight. So like instead of getting hit by 100 damage, you have more chances to get hit by 99 damage rather than 100. And that's going to be your main difference. So it might theoretically be 1% more damage or 1% less damage that you take. But we don't know the numbers. I'm fine with, say, Druid gets plus 10 strength, Shaman only 5, and it's 3. I don't know, plus 5 stats. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's what's going on is Shaman they have buffs that buff like strength, stamina, agility, and dexterity, right? Plus 5 to each. Whereas a Druid gets plus 20 strength. So, yeah. But I think they stack, don't they? I'm pretty sure they stack. If you want to argue with the bundle, it should be weaker just because it's convenient. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, if you have a Shaman and a Druid in your party, I'm pretty sure they all stack up. It would be nice if Shield adds a flat damage reduction. I mean, they could do that. They could have damage reduction on items. Sure. They could absolutely have that. Right now, shields are kind of crappy. They're very bad because a shield has a very low chance to block. I would say 5% chance to block, maybe. I don't know. You're going to get like 1 or 2 blocks in an entire fight, like in a 30-second normal fight, 1 or 2 blocks. You might get lucky and get a third, but on average, 1 or 2 blocks. And blocking a physical attack reduces the amount of damage you take by 50%. It literally shows it right on the thing. It says blocked, damage blocked or whatever. And it's 50% less damage. So, basically it's one attack that you reduce half the damage on. It's not really a big deal. I'm not okay with Druid getting such a good strength buff. It just doesn't see the nature lore behind it. I mean, yeah, that's something you have to take up with Nick. In EQ, I don't think Enchanter even had a strength buff. It was barely supported. Yeah. In EQ, I'm pretty sure Shaman just were the best at all physical stats. Your strength, stamina, dexterity, and agility. You basically get the Shaman buff, and nobody else needs the buff. In this game, it's you want to have the Shaman buffs. You also want to have the Enchanter buff, because I think the Enchanter buff does strength and something else, if I'm correct. I can't remember if it does 2 things or if it's just strength. Let's check, because I don't know where are their buffs at. Let's see. Cripple is a debuff. Strength, no, it's just strength. So exceptional strength is just by 20. But they also get charisma, intelligence, wisdom. Like, this is something that I think we need a quality of life on. So like right now, they have 4 different buffs that they can cast. I think it would be really awesome if they had a research ability that would combine all 4 of these into one buff. That'd be really cool. Which capped you? Are there even stat caps here? So the official response from the devs is we're not giving that information. That's the official response. I believe that there are stat caps based on things that I've heard and read and things that devs have said. Nick had a little bit of a Freudian slip one day, kind of hinting at it. He didn't say that there was a stat cap, but he hinted very, very, very strongly towards it. That it's like 250, 255 or whatever, right? I'm pretty sure that the stat cap is 255. Like, I can't prove that, but I have a very, very strong suspicion that it is. Can you get to that, though? Not without cheating, right? Not without some sort of glitch or thing. Like, you can't get to that 255. Like, I've seen a lot of items in this game, and I have no idea how you would get to 255 in any stat. If that is indeed a cap. Whether it is or not, I don't know. And the devs won't tell us. I can tell you that resistances do have a cap of 100, and that's easy to get. Even on like open server. Go to an open server, get like a druid, a high level druid to cast fire resist on you, and then go get like a fire fire agate jewelry. You can cap out a resist fairly easily at 100. So I agree with that. That's always been part of the problem of separating the identities of the classes. Which one? Animalistic is the shaman. Yeah, Animalistic I think was the shaman one that did everything. Yeah. Setfer knows so much about EverQuest, guys. If you have questions on EverQuest, I mean, I know a decent amount. He's like way more knowledgeable than I am. Druid equals nature, shaman equals spirit, at least in the sense of EQ. Generally, yeah. But yeah, so as far as stat caps are concerned, we don't know what they're going to be, if they even have them. They can also change that later on, right? Maybe there is a stat cap right now, and then in 5 expansions from now, they decide, hey, we're going to lift that stat cap. We don't know. So getting to those caps, though, if there is a cap, is very difficult. Very, very difficult, if impossible, or if not impossible. So I wouldn't worry about that, at least for now. But Nick did mention that on his stream a couple of times, where he was talking about EverQuest and TLP servers, where like some of the top end players that know a lot about EverQuest, they know what the stat caps are, they know what the top end gear is going to give them, and so they know where they're going, how they're going to get that. So they end up putting points into like charisma. And Nick was talking about this on his stream, saying that a player put all their points into charisma as a main tank of their guild because he knew that he was going to have stat cap strength, dexterity, stamina. You know, he knew he was going to have a stat cap of what he needed for his main stats, because he's going to get the best gear in the game. Charisma would be the one that he never caps. And then charisma was used for that ability where you have a chance that if you die, you don't die. Instead, you get healed by X amount, and it's based on charisma. So that player knew that going in, so he made like an ogre warrior or whatever and put all points into charisma to be able to maximize that. Which is like a very strong thing. Yeah, charisma for tanks and EQ was the go-to because of the divine intervention. Yeah, exactly. So like, if you wanted to be the best overall tank, you put points into charisma because you knew that the other ones were going to be stat capped. Will that be a thing in this game? Probably. It probably will. To be completely honest with you, that will probably end up being a thing in this game. But it may not be for years to come. So, like, should you now create a character and dump all your points into charisma? I mean, as a fighter, intelligence and wisdom, are you really going to ever need those? No, never. Unless they do something where, like, for some weird reason, a fighter now needs intelligence to be able to use a certain weapon or something. I don't know. Or maybe intelligence gives you more proc chance. I mean, it doesn't. Dexterity does. But they can always change this stuff down the road. These are things, by the way, that I think need to be set in stone before early access starts. Because if they start with early access and then they decide to tweak these numbers and say, oh, now all of a sudden intelligence is actually used for this melee thing, well, that's a slap in the face to every single melee character in the game, rogues, fighters, monks, to basically say, oh, you should have started with some more intelligence, but you didn't, because you didn't know. Like, that's a, yeah. Battle Tactics Fighter? Yeah, Battle Tactics Fighter. Maybe you'll need it. What's up, ZBrush? How you doing, bud? Like, maybe it affects the damage of a spell proc and a weapon. It might, yeah, it could. Just have to offer free respecs. Yeah. They might allow respecs. They have the ability to do respecs. They might say, okay, we're drastically changing the formulas, therefore you get one free respec. They might do that. I don't know. If the UI game supports even supports respecking, it might not. It does. We can definitely do it. We have done it, Setfer. So the only thing that you can't respec as of right now is your traits. So whatever trait you choose in the beginning is the trait that you have. So when they did the respec thing, because they actually did do this sometime back in December, they added in a respec option before the December patch, but before the December playtest, but after the November playtest. So for the November playtest, the max stat you could start with was 20, and you only had like 5 or 8 points or whatever to put into your stats, and you could cap it out at 20. So you could end up capping 3 stats at 20, and then a 4th stat at 17 or whatever. That's what you could do in the November playtest. December playtest, the max stat you can have is 27 or 28, whatever it is. I think it's 27. So when they did that change, they allowed everyone to respec in the December playtest. So we definitely know that it is possible. It's unlikely fighters need caster stat badly. It is unlikely, but if they put stat caps in, bam, bam, that's the thing. If you want to min-max, this is all min-maxer content. Hang on, let me get rid of this commercial. This is all min-maxer discussion, right? If you want to min-max your character, then you're going to want to not put any points into strength, let's say as a tank, any points into strength, stamina, and agility. Because your gear and buffs that you get are probably going to put you at max once you're level 60 and you have the best gear in the game. It theoretically could put you at max. Currently, it's not going to do that. Like, there's no way in the game. If the cap is 255, like it would be in EverQuest, and I theorize that it probably also is in Monsters and Memories, if that is the case, you're not going to hit it anytime soon. So you might just put points into where you think you're supposed to go for your class. Down the road in a couple years, that might hurt you. It might, but I don't think it will for a while. New thread, Fighter Love, kind of scoped into small ideas of early discussion. Yeah. Is there a new thread? Is there actually a new thread? Fighter Love in the fighter? Oh, there is. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what it says. We'll read it in a second. Maybe a wisdom would help fighters with /consider, like at lower levels. Everything seems easy for a fighter to take on, but over time, fighter are like, nope. I'm going to try to take on a sand giant at level 5. I now know better. They could factor that in. I mean, /consider right now just gives you the con color, so you know based on the con color. But like, that could be a thing for wisdom. Like if you have high wisdom and you consider something, it tells you the exact level of the mob, rather than just the con color of it. Like you can tell, yeah, it looks a little weaker than me. It looks a little stronger than me. It looks about equal to me. But that's based on the con color. But maybe like a high wisdom character can look at it and go, it's weaker than me by about 2 levels. You know, like that kind of thing. So let's see what this says. Hexagons. The knights are really good, especially with leveled and flushed kits and magical options abilities. It is clear our right-clicking physical classes need some attention. Examine fighter, monk, and archer, and rogue. I would like to propose some easy updates to fighter to make them more of an option to tank than primarily B tier tank or DPS. Well, they're not. They're not B tier. They're definitely A tier in both of those categories. But yeah, 10% plus 10% HP. I thought that said plus minus basically 10% AC. So they're saying 10% more HP, 10% more AC, and win instances, more return. So yeah, I would agree with that. I think that fighters should get maybe 5 or 10% more AC, and that would put them on par. If they got 5% more AC, Shadow Knights and Shadow Knights and Inquisitors would still have more AC than an equivalent fighter because of their self buffs. 10% HP would mean that they would have more HP than the equivalent of a Shadow Knight. So maybe even 5% to each of those would put them on par, you know, and make them a little more equal. I agree with that. I think 10% kind of on the top end, 5% on the low end, somewhere in there would be fine. I don't just currently see an incentive to go full tank mode when statting and leaning into dual wield and being an off tank or B tier tank. Okay, sword and board bonus. When opting for shield, 10% chance to crit main hand or more AC. So I think that this should get into itemization, right? The DPS for sword and board bonus, he's saying that when you're using a shield, you should have a 10% chance to crit with your main hand or more AC from shields and other classes. I think this is going to boil down to shields that give you a bonus. Like, find the right shield for you. Maybe a shield that gives you more chance to crit, gives you more haste, gives you more damage, just like it increases your main hand damage by 1 or 2 points, right? So something like that would be could be good, and that's more of an itemization thing. I don't think it should just be all the time, but maybe. Just a quick post for fighter with less than 100 hours of fighter. I have a lot more than 100 hours of fighter. I'm currently more of a fan of the Knights. Fighter seems like a class where just bringing along for the ride. Certainly shine over time. Thanks. I agree right now. I agree with that right now. That I think that Fighter needs probably this right here. And that right there alone would probably just make the Fighter good enough. That would probably fix it, in my opinion. I think it'd be cool to consider with error based on stats. Yeah. And drunkenness should affect it. The guard would be an easy opponent. Yeah. Drunkenness would affect it. That'd be awesome. Yeah. Consider being a skill would be cool. Ability to consider it wrong. Yeah. I super despise A, B, C rankings as it's too vague. Yeah. I mean, I get that. I get that, Setfer. But I mean, how else are we going to rank them? You know, like, there's got to be some sort of ranking system, and the A, B, C, you know, S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, F tier. I mean, it's the only real ranking system we can use, if you want to try to rank them. But I get where you're coming from. Shield itemization is brilliant. Yeah, itemization is where a lot of it's going to be. Thanks for the considering. I have less than 100 hours. Is that you, Soulfire? Is this you, Hexagons? But yeah, I 100% agree with this. 100% agree with this. But shield, like, itemization is going to be a big one. That's another thing that Nick's talked about quite a bit. Rich is currently working on itemization. Sean's talked about it a little bit. I think that itemization is going to be huge because depending on how they do it, you might need to have a certain weapon to really make your class shine, or a certain item to really make your class shine. And getting those items is going to put you up slightly higher in what you do. For a rogue, for example, having the right damage delay on your weapons is going to move you up. You know, I think their backstab, I'm pretty sure that backstab and ambush and all those abilities for the rogue is based on the damage delay ratio of the weapon rather than the damage of it. So you could have like a piercing weapon, like a two-handed piercer with like 20 damage on it, but like an 80 delay, right? That's not going to make your backstab do an insane amount of damage. But if you have like a 20 delay, 20 damage, 40 delay two-handed weapon, or a 5 damage, 10 delay one-handed weapon, it's going to do the same amount of damage with your backstab because it's based on the ratio. Numbers are better than letters, so you want them to be like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Is that the difference? I mean, yeah, sure. I'll take into consideration fighter. Just a quick recap. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying here. I think that fighters, I would say that fighters are A tier DPS, A tier tanks. With the potential of being, well, they're A tier DPS, A tier tanks in offensive stance. In defensive stance, they're B tier DPS, high B tier, maybe even low A tier DPS, but S tier tanks. So that's where I would put them. They're exactly 2.1 tier with a floating image. Jeez, you guys are crazy. I think that fighters are good. They're good, right? They're very good tanks. I don't have an issue with them, but I just think that they need to get a little bit more because of the knights. Like you're saying here, the knights with all of their kit and their magical options and their abilities and all the things that they bring to the table, the fighter at the very least needs to be equal to them stat-wise, and they're not. Right now, the HP AC difference between a fighter and a knight, fighters are less. Straight up, they're just less. How about using a bow for DPS, though? Bow for DPS, so you're talking about rangers and archers? They do great. Archers are great DPS. And rangers are good DPS with a lot of utility. Rangers have a stupid amount of utility. The fighter using a bow, not so much. They have 0 bow skills, and you have to sit there and spam shoot. Like, the only way to fight with a fight, like, they have to hit that shoot button. And it's so annoying. I think the easy way, that would be funny, though. The easy way to add fighter is to increase the skill caps for defensive skill on a fighter. So they do that. Haas, that's another thing that people aren't considering, is that in defensive stance, you get 10% damage reduction and 5 defense. 5 defense is like saying that fighter is level 61 when it comes to defense. How much that matters, we don't really know, but think about it this way. When you're going up against raid bosses in this game at level 60, the raid bosses are level 63, making them red. What if you were level 61, making those raid bosses yellow? How much of a difference does that make? I'm going to say it makes a pretty substantial difference. And that's going to be that 5% damage reduction and that 5 defense that fighters get in defensive stance might mathematically make up the difference in having slightly lower AC, slightly lower HP, that kind of thing. So at level 20, increase gives 5 to the max. At level 40, another 5. At 60, another 5. Now we have plus 15 block, defense, parry. And they could do something like that. That's something that EverQuest did, is like they had different caps. I'm pretty sure every class in this game can take their whatever weapon type that they use. Let's say bludgeoning, because almost everybody can use a bludgeoning weapon except for like maybe rogues. But I even think that rogues can use bludgeoning weapons. But let's say you have bludgeoning. They can all go up to 300, meaning they can all hit the same amount, like same amount of times. 300 offense, 300 bludgeoning. You hit as often as any class. The only difference is double attack, triple attack, those kinds of things, or any type of bonuses you might get to your offensive skill, like plus 5 offense that Rangers give for their aura. So those things do matter. They definitely do matter. How much they matter, I don't know. But that's why I say that this right here is something that fighters need. Like 1 more HP per level would be significant. So that means that by level, like right now, I think you get no 1 more HP per stamina. Maybe that could be a thing. Right now, I think you get like 5 or 6 HP per stamina on the fighter or on any of the tanks. But what if you did it by 1 more? That would be more than a 10% increase. It might be too much. Maybe 1 more per 2 levels, or per 2 stamina or whatever. Or it could just be 1 more per level. One extra health per level on the fighter would give them an additional 60 health at level 60, which would only make up for approximately half, not even half, of the buff that the Shadow Knight and Inquisitor give. So like things like that, I think could be needed or are needed for the fighter. But that's my opinion. I'll probably respond to this at some point, and say something along those lines. I think it's a good idea. I like to write it out, word it properly. I don't want to just be like diarrhea of the mouth. So yeah. I thought I saw Ranger gets less archery skill in the end versus the archer. They might. Some of them do, some of them don't. So like Monk has a higher block chance, I think, than, I don't remember. Certain skills cap out at certain levels. So they can do that is kind of what I was getting at. I don't think that many do, but there are certain stats that cap at different places. And right now, like block skill caps at like 90 or something. And I think that's part of the problem, is because it caps at 90, it makes the shield skill worthless. Like it's not worth using a shield. The numbers can obviously be tuned, as it's where fighters should be tuned, not the ability. Yeah. It would make sense. The bow guys do bows better than the other classes. Yeah, I agree. I agree, 100%. I think that fighters should be able to cap out at 300 in bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. The rogues should also be at 300, but maybe your your cleric should only be able to get to like 200 in bludgeoning. Because, I mean, Will it really matter for the cleric? No, because they're probably not even going to be using the weapon anyway. So they shouldn't be able to cap it out. However, they still can't double attack. And that's what really makes up the difference, by the way, between a fighter and a Shadow Knight at high level, at level 55 or higher. That's when they get triple attack. Give a fighter and a Shadow Knight the same weapon, like the same two-handed weapon. At level 54 and lower, they do the same damage. They're both double attacking. The only difference is that crit chance, which is like 5% at best. So, they have a 5% chance to crit. Well, now the Shadow Knight and the Fighter are equal damage-wise. And in fact, the Shadow Knight is better because they have dots and other spells that they can cast. Now, the Fighter has Rend, but the Shadow Knight has Slam, I think is the name of it. And it's like, come on. Like, when you really look at things 1-to-1 ratio, the Shadow Knight's better than the Fighter from level 1 to 54. It's just better. In every possible way, it's better. From 55 higher, when you get triple attack, the Fighter now is better than the Shadow Knight damage-wise. So, yeah. What class should be the best at 2 HP lances or polearms, or two-handed lances, polearms, or two-handed blunt one-handed slash? I mean, I think that like a paladin should be really good with like if we were gonna like differentiate all of them, which I don't necessarily think we should, but I think a paladin should be really good with pole arms and lances. I think that'd be a really cool thing for a paladin to have. Is it possible to save spell sets for miming? No. That was a discussion. I read that somewhere and I highly disagree with it. Where did I read that? Maybe it was under Spellblade. I read it last night and I was like, no. People want to have like loadouts and things, and I highly disagree with it. Two-handed blunt, monk, two-handed slash, Shadow Knight. Yeah, I can see that. Not all classes should be created equal. Class identity is important. It is, yeah. Two-handed blunt for monk is a thought. I was thinking hand-to-hand for them. Yeah. I think that two-handed blunt and hand-to-hand should be something that monks do really well. They should be really good with staves. Maybe get triple attack when they have a two-handed blunt, but they don't get triple attack when they have hand-to-hand, but their hand-to-hand damage delay ratio is just really, really high. That could be a really cool thought. What is crafting like in this game? Can I just play a crafter or gatherer and ignore everything else? If you want to, you can. It's going to be tough for you. You would have to buy all of your components off of other players and then craft. You can run out and get like the basic low-level stuff, but trying to get the high-level stuff would be very difficult because there's going to be enemies out there that you're going to have to deal with. But if you play a rogue, you could absolutely sneak around all over the place, gather all the resources, go back to town, and play a crafter if you wanted to. Sure. Absolutely do it. I was thinking ogre for two-handed blunt. Just like a big maul. Sure. I would be cool with that. Was the same with EQ. SK was the better tank for groups, but couldn't compete with warrior when raiding. Yeah, and I think that's where this game is kind of leaning. Is I feel like right now the Shadow Knight, Paladin, and Inquisitor have a leg up on the Fighter for single groups. Definitely for solo. They're all better than the Fighter at solo, but they're also better for small groups and single groups. When it comes to raiding, I do think that the Fighter wins out in the end because of their 5% damage reduction and their 5 defense. Literally, those are the only two things that the Fighter brings that make them stand out in a raid setting. But that said, are those two things a big enough advantage over the utility of the other classes? That's kind of the debate. Their DPS is slightly higher, but does DPS matter on a tank? No, not in this game. In World of Warcraft, yes. In this game, no. As long as they can maintain threat, the tank's damage does not matter. Didn't they change some crafting at high end? You need ingredients from mobs. Not necessarily. I mean, that's why I'm saying you might need to buy some of your components. I think we should bring back three-handed fighting for monks. Three-handed fighting. Imagine a fantasy race where more arms, hands is a monk, or an elephant with a trunk. Yeah. They have that elephant concept. Have you guys seen that elephant concept that somebody's been making up here in the Eminem art? Somebody was making it, and they made several things for it. So we can scroll up, find it. It actually looks pretty good. I like what they were doing. I mean, it's crude, but it's, you know, it would fit. I think it was in here. Now I can't find it. I don't know how far back it might have been. It was a while ago they were doing it, but anyway, I'll scroll through for a minute as we're kind of chatting. But there's elephants in here somewhere. I could probably do like a search elephants, and it would probably come right up. But yeah, somebody was making like random stuff. It was good. What's the latest goss? Nah, not much. It's actually just a timer coding glitch. You can equip a two-handed blunt weapon and get an offhand attack when then re-equip. In what game can you do that? Do I dare ask what their third hand is? Goblin just concept is some really sick-looking deep trolls last night. Ooh. What's going on, Young? How you doing, bud? Hope they become a thing. The deep goblins look crazy as well. Yeah. I love the art direction of this game. I actually was debating with, we're talking with a friend of mine yesterday, Burl, if he's still in here. And like how art in this game is, you know, it's low poly count, but the art direction in this game is very good. Like, look at this. You can't tell me that doesn't look good. That looks amazing. It might be low poly, but it looks really good. Like, look, like, you know, yeah, you see some jagged lines and stuff, but the detail is really, really good. Like, I don't know. I'm here. There's nothing worthwhile to contribute outside of jokes. Nah, you're good, Burl. You're good. Art style is more important than insane realistic visuals. To some people, yes. The insane realism of like Unreal Engine, you know, like I'm looking forward to GTA 6. I think that game's gonna look awesome. And like if you're playing something like Forza, you want the cars to look like they do in real life. You know, absolutely. I want the cars and the scenery, and I want the graphic fidelity of those games. But in a game like this, I don't care about the graphics. Like that's just that's silly to me. Like graphics don't make something fun. In Forza, I want it to be that way. In GTA 6, I want it to be high graphics because of what it is. Like I don't know. Like look at these things look cool. Like I come from like the D&D era. So like when I'm playing D&D, it's all in my head, it's all imaginary. And if I have little mini figures, even if they're not painted, that still adds to it. Like an unpainted minifigure adds and makes it just changes things. And then if you get a painted one, it's even better. But they don't need to be perfect. Oh, that's a cool looking, like, oh, I like that. That looks like he's got a little pipe in his hand. That looks like a little, like a short Gandalf. Oh, that's fun. What the heck? What is going on here? Anyway, I don't know where the elephant concept is, but you guys can find it. It's out there. It's made by, you know what? It might have been in is community content. It might have been in here. I'll scroll through this for a second and see if I can find it. Boop, 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 boop. I post in here often. There it is. Boom. There's the elephant concept that somebody came up with that would potentially work for this game. I mean, it's more like it's lower poly, but it's, you know, I think it looks good. I think it's good. Anyway, are the classes supposed to mirror EQ exactly? No. I mean, can I expect Elementalist pets to be the strongest? So go in with the idea of EverQuest, and you'll probably be okay. But don't expect the game to be a one-to-one clone. We talked about that earlier in the stream, and a lot of people are going into this game and they're comparing it to EverQuest and saying, EverQuest had this, so Monsters and Memories needs this. EverQuest did this, Monsters and Memories should do this. Don't expect it to be that way, but a lot of things do transfer that way. So yes, the Elementalist is very similar to that of a magician, but think of it that way. It's a magician in EverQuest. It's an elementalist. Got my lips stuck. An elementalist in Monsters and Memories. They are different classes. They're very similar, but they're different. So the pets in the elementalist pets, are they the strongest? The answer to that is flat out no. Not right now. They are to an extent. They have more options. So you have 4 different elementalist pets that do different things. They give different buffs to the party, etc. But you know, they do have strong pets, but they're not super strong. They're not going to be the same as magician pets. No. I think it'd be nice when we're used to this art style and some super important raid boss has good definition and just pops. Yeah. Elementalist should be a new class and not a mage. I agree. I think they should be very, very different. But it is heavily inspired. Setfer is correct. Heavily inspired is the best way to put it. Low poly, high res, looks clean in Monsters and Memories, and they do a good job of making the world immersive with the characters. High level design, music. Yeah. I think the music in this game is some of the best I've heard in an MMO. Something that you can actually listen to. That's the music's going on in the background that I could turn up if you really want me to, but that's the music you hear in the background. That is Robert Ingstrad. I think it's Ingstrad, if I'm correct. And he makes all the music. He makes a lot of fantasy music, but he makes all the music for Monsters and Memories, and it sounds amazing. I think the art team for this team, very, very good. Even though it's low poly, very good art team. They do justice to the characters. And the thing is, I played this game over like around a year ago or something for the first time, and I was like, man, it just doesn't look good. It needs more, blah, 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 blah. They didn't change the graphics of the game, but they increased the detail. So Zukin and ZBrush, they do a lot of the art characters. Like they may do all of it. They're in here. ZBrush was in here just a minute ago. He may tell you like who is on the art team, but they do most, if not all, of the art in the game as far as character rendering, or not necessarily renderings, but like they airbrush, right? They go in and they do the details of the characters, adding in facial features and hair and like your hair colors. They add in a little dustiness of gray if they like things of that nature. And they do such a good job with that you kind of forget that it's not an Unreal Engine, very high, polygon game. What do you know about Project Gorgon that came out today? Actually, it came out a couple days ago, Burl. I know a lot about Project Gorgon. Project Gorgon was created by a husband and wife team. The wife apparently passed of cancer not too long ago, but he continued to persist and make the game. Project Gorgon is a fantastic game. It is very much inspired by EQ. It's different, but the same. I'm not a huge fan of where they're going with that game, but it is good. If you like these old school styles, I recommend checking it out. Right now, I'm on the Monsters and Memories bandwagon. It's the only game. It's the only MMO that I think is going to be successful in the years to come, in the next 5 years. It's the only one that's going to be successful. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But Project Gorgon is a great game. I applaud. It's like a single dev. And his wife, his late wife. But like, yeah, fantastic. I see Star Wars when I see the image of characters. Oh yeah, you see Star Wars here. Oh my gosh, you kind of do. Like you got like C-3PO over here. You got like an R2-D2. You got like a Luke Skywalker in like his garb. Like this is totally like a Star Wars picture. I can see it. That's funny. I understand the comparison because there's a lot of things that feel like taken straight from EQ. Yeah. This I seem to remember the original plan for Monster Memories was to recreate EQ1 with modern tools. Like that was the mission statement. I think this might be what they set out to do, and they're now maybe trying to do something different. I think it was like originally it wasn't recreate EQ1. It was a reimagining, which is a different thing. Like we're getting a lot of remakes and reimagining and whatever they call it, like Oblivion remastering. So like there's a remaster, which is taking the original game and just bringing up the graphics. Then there's a recreating of the game where you take the original game, put it into a new engine, and literally recreate it with a new engine altogether. Then there's a reimagining where you take the game and you take a lot of its features and the way that the game plays, but you change a lot of the underlying formulas. So I think that we're more of a reimagining of EverQuest kind of style in this. Because you don't have Freeport, you don't have Kinos, you don't have those same zones, you don't have the same monster types. There's a lot of different things in here. So it's a reimagining more so than it is a recreation or a whatever the other one was that I said. So yeah. I don't understand how people are comparing Monsters and Memories music and EQ music. And EQ, if you walked 5 feet away, the music just stopped and you had no music. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think in EverQuest, you could completely mute the game, and still play the game just fine. In Monsters and Memories, I don't think you should mute the game. Those that mute this game are actually losing out on stuff. You're missing out on a certain aspect of the game that you could otherwise be having. And I think you're going to end up having less fun, I think. I don't like when people do that. That's one of my biggest pet peeves. When I go into a stream and they're just blasting some music in the background and I can't hear anything in the game, that's an instant close stream for me. I don't want to be there. It just, somebody worked hard on that content, and I don't know, man. The music has a way of bringing out a certain feel in you. Like they can make you angry, it can make you happy, it can make you sad. Music does that, and sound effects can do that. And if they are done well in a video game, then it really changes the way that the game is played. The only time that I would say listening to music is if you're playing something like a repetitive, like Diablo. I get so tired of hearing the same sounds in Diablo all day long. I will just turn the volume down. I won't necessarily turn it off. I don't mute it, but I turn the volume down. But like, even if I'm playing like a MOBA, I don't understand how people play League of Legends with their blasting music in the background. You need to be able to hear certain things that are happening in a MOBA because certain sound cues tell you what the other player is doing. You might hear something that's off screen and know, oh, they're casting or using their ultimate ability or whatever. Like, I think it makes a big difference. Also, less than 100 hours on Spellblade, made a ratio post. I could check that one out, yeah. ZBrush even creates bespoke chest. Yes, the chest hair for the Sand Giants. Yes, he does. And the little happy trails. Dude, ZBrush loves his body hair. Can you live with just sound effects? Music doesn't matter, right? I think music still matters, but no, it doesn't matter as much. The music in this game is like a zone-wide thing. You go into Fallen Pass, it's the music. You go into Shaded Dunes, here's the music. And some people have even said, well, we should get different types of battle music. So yes, you can get away with not having the music, but the sound effects might chime you in on certain things happening. When I hear a certain sound effect and I don't see it on my screen, I know when Fear's being cast. I know when Mesmerize is being cast. I know when certain spells are happening. Like I can hear them and I know what to do to react to that. I hear a Fear being cast, I instantly look for the Fear mob. Like, where is it at? I got to find this thing because I got to stop that. I got to avoid the Fear. Like, sound effects in this game mean something. Now, music, on the other hand, for certain zones, gives you the feel. Like, when we get into Fallen Watch, I haven't been into Fallen Watch. I have no idea, but I'm assuming, I'm making an educated guess that the music in Fallen Watch is going to be very eerie, and it's going to give you that sense of, you need to be careful in here. This is a high-level zone with high-level mobs, and it's going to crush you if you are not careful. That's the kind of music that is in this game when you go into certain areas. And I think it means something. Are you someone who can sit through credits at the end of a movie? I sit through credits all the time because I always expect there to be a, ever since like the Marvel movies and stuff, I expect there to be a credits scene now. So yeah. I use Robert's music in a zone I'm working on to get music synergetic inspiration. Yeah, the vibes. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Nicodemus. Like, when we get into Fallen Watch, it's going to give you a certain vibe. You better be careful in here vibe. That's what I'm expecting. When I go into let's say Grimtide Sanctum, it gives you a different vibe than it does when you go into Fallen Watch or Fallen Pass. It's a different vibe completely. Music and sound is very important. It's like hearing footsteps in Counter-Strike. Yeah. How do you play Counter-Strike with like some music in the background? I just don't understand how these people do that. And like, you got to hear that stuff. I don't know many people that I don't watch Counter-Strike streams very often, but I doubt there's many competitive Counter-Strike players that are playing music all the time. Ancient Crypt, very eerie music. It sets the atmosphere. It does, yeah. It does. Absolutely. I agree. I think that music and sound is huge. And I think we need to... I don't like that people are so... they're so against listening to the music. Well, I get tired of hearing it. Okay. That's because somebody didn't do a good job with the music. When you have good music and good sound in a game, you don't get tired of hearing it. I don't. Headed to work meeting? Yeah, take care. Have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by and being here, hanging out, and discussing with us. Every Monday and Friday, for those that are new, I'm doing these streams every Monday and Friday starting at 9 a.m. and we go until whenever. Just a few hours. Last time it was 7 hours. On Monday stream, 7-hour long stream of just chatting about Monsters and Memories and our ideas and things. How did people feel after the December playtest? Great. No, I didn't actually get to play the December playtest. I was on vacation. What was the other one that we were going to read? Well, the one that you asked me to read was Spellblade Scaling Ratio. What's this about? I've heard many people in-game Spellblades are absolutely busted OP, but yet early levels very mediocre at best. That is a true statement, yes. And I can explain that if you want me to. I have a quick, easy concept to adjust the scaling and maybe bring them into fold to current abilities. I like how spells are explained in the tab. Example, this ability does 1 to 60 damage based on levels 1 to 60. Just as an example, if this is the current situation, simply adjusting this in the starting at 20 damage at level 1 and capping at 40 damage at level 60. This makes... Yeah, they could do that. That is a way that they can do that for sure. I don't know how they're going to end up doing it, but yeah, that would give you these different, the different ratio lines. The devs know how to do that, and like that's an Ali and Runoff thing because they're balancing. So when Nick makes stuff, I'm not going to say he doesn't consider balance, because he does, but he doesn't try to balance it perfectly. He's basing it, most likely to my knowledge, off of a spreadsheet that probably Runoff or Ali has made, and saying, okay, well, we have this amount of damage that these should be doing by, whatever. So yeah, I think that they're doing that. Right now, Spellblade was changed recently to where we don't know if it's going to be a nerf or a buff, but what Nick did is he lowered the amount of one type of damage but increased the amount of another type of damage and changed it. So we'll have to see what happens with it. Spellblade's getting some tweaks. They're mostly OP in their ability of while they're tanking. So like their DPS output is S tier, but while they're tanking and DPSing, it's like S++ tier because of the amount of damage that their shields and things allow them to do or something. It's a weird thing that I don't even really fully understand myself, but that was also adjusted on Nick's stream because what was happening is while they were tanking, they weren't losing as much mana or any mana as they should have been. So now that is actually working properly. But as far as Spellblades at low end versus Spellblades at high end, a lot of that is itemization. You have faster weapons, which give you more procs, and you have much higher dexterity, and dexterity increases your proc chance. So I'm thinking that maybe we need to change the scaling of procs so that at the lower end, Spellblades get more procs. So like procking weapons and things proc a little bit more often at lower levels. And then the dexterity, so like change what you did here with damage to dexterity and proc chances. So like right now you proc almost never because you have low dexterity, but then when you have high dexterity, you proc all the time. Well, how about we do more of this type of line where you proc a little bit more at low levels because your dexterity is lower, and then have that scaling of dexterity be a little bit lower so that you don't proc all the time at the higher levels. But you still need to do it in such the way that dexterity is important, because if you make it to where dexterity doesn't increase your proc chance enough, then people just won't build dexterity. They'll build something else. So it's just a balance. Low level damage is just bad. As a druid, I can melee for 10 or spend time and mana to nuke 10 damage too. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. At low, and this is a thing that I think is okay though. Like what Setfer's saying, you might disagree with this, Setfer, I don't know, but I think that in low levels, everybody in your group meleeing from like level 1 to 10 is a good thing, because everybody does basically the same amount of damage. Nobody's got double attack yet. Everybody has the same skill in bludgeoning or offense or whatever it is that they're doing. We're all fairly equal. At level 1, almost every class is equal. Defense, offense, all of that stuff. We're all equal. Armor class, right? We all start the game with like 0 armor class, with like whatever the starter crap gear is. It might give you like 5 armor class or whatever. But as you level, they start to separate. So you're not going to have a melee cleric at level 60 because they don't double attack. They don't have proccing weapons. They don't, they don't build for strength. They don't build for dexterity. So they're not going to be meleeing. They're going to be building with wisdom in mind, and they're going to try to have higher end spells and things. So it depends on how you build your character out. And that's the reason why at higher levels, you see a bigger separation. And so I liked it the way they did it personally. It's kind of like D&D style. At level 1 and 2, pretty much all characters are the same at level 1 and 2, right? At level 3, okay, now we're starting to get different because certain classes start to get their class abilities. At level 5, now we got double attack and all of those things start to be factored in. So by level 5, you start to see the difference in the different classes and their different roles. By level 10, it's even farther apart. By level 20, it's really far apart. So I personally like that. That fire dot is far too efficient for solo. Yeah, Sephiroth, you need to check that on the druid. Try the fire dot out. It's really good. That doesn't change that the nuke is completely worthless. Yeah, the nuke is worthless. I agree. Try stacking the fire dot 3 times, then reapplying it. Yeah, it becomes really good once you stack it. The direct damage nuke, though, I agree, is not great for the druid. I'm playing a low-level Spellblade right now. My spells feel terrible for the mob I'm fighting, and I'm not a bad fighter, so I can still kill. So, yeah. So, a low-level Spellblade is just better than a fighter. Like, that's kind of my whole point of a lot of these things. A fighter is just very lackluster. They turn on auto attack, and that's all they get. At least, like, a Spellblade might have a proc chance. You know, at level 4, you know, they have a chance to proc or whatever. So yeah, EQ2 that combined the calculation into a percentage. You can see on the ability item 5% chance to cast lightning bolt. Do you think y'all could make tooltips read like this? I'm not a developer, by the way, Zeno. I don't know if you're insinuating that I am. I'm not a developer in any way. I just like to chat about the game. So maybe abilities have items and base proc chance and then increase with dex. So they could do that, yes. The developers could absolutely put that on an item and make certain things have different ratios and stuff if they wanted to. But to my knowledge, every proc in the game has a... So from what Nick has said, they have PPM mixed with RNG, which PPM means procs per minute. So every item has its own PPM, but there is some RNG factored in there. I don't know what the numbers are. It's insanely efficient. Druid solo is more efficient than Necro. 45 mana for 450 damage. Yeah. I like the way you explained that. This was more so referring to the base damage of the procs. Maybe the chance to proc is equal if... Yeah, I think the chance to proc is a better way of fixing the Spellblade than changing necessarily the damage, the damage ratios and stuff. But it's just an option, yeah. PPM is attack speed agnostic. Yeah, PPM is procs per minute. So like if it's 1 PPM and you're using a very fast weapon, you're going to get the same procs per minute as if you're using a very slow weapon. So like you may only swing once per minute. With a 1 PPM, every swing would be a proc. But if you swing 10 times per minute, that means every 10 swings you would get 1 proc. So they have PPM in the game. However, there's also an RNG aspect to it. So just because it has a 1 PPM, if you have very high dex and RNG is in your favor, you might get 3 procs, 4 procs in a minute. It could very well happen. I still don't get why that dot can be stackable when no other dot can. The reason it's stackable, Setfer, is because it has the armor reduction to it, and you can stack that up to 3 times. That's literally the only reason that it's stackable. I don't know why they do that. It's basically your Sunder armor. It's from like WoW. It would be your Sunder armor ability. Do you know of any mana costs of the higher level versions? I mean, they're all on the wiki, aren't they? Aren't they on the wiki? Level 28 dot is 45 mana per cast stack. Yeah. So faster attack speed is slightly better. Yeah, faster attack speed in this game is slightly better than slower attack speed when it comes to procs. Yeah, I would say that it is slightly better. So like a Spellblade would want to have fast attack damaging weapons and dual wielding for sure. Like, that's just going to give them more procs. Makes a druid pet do a lot more damage when you kite, too. Takes it like 45 AC away. Yeah. It does take a good bit. I have a druid in my party, so they don't really cast that spell because, well, they're main healer. But also the fighter gets the armor reduction that doesn't stack with the druid's armor reduction. They don't stack against the mob. So I always have my armor reduction up. AC debuff is even as nuts. Yeah. When you compare it to the shaman dots, it's embarrassingly better. Yeah. Well, and I think Setfer will tell you that he thinks that the dots on the druid should be better than that of the shaman. I'm actually the opposite of that. I feel like the direct damage of the druid should be better than the shaman, and the shaman should be better at dots, and the necromancer should be the best at dots. But that's just my opinion. I mean, everybody's got a different opinion. Don't get me started on druids, even getting pets that are reasonable. I don't like that. I don't either, Setfer. I think that the druid and shaman pets need to be so lackluster, they should just be flavor. The only classes that should get pets in the game that are worth having are the elementalist and the necromancer. Those are the only ones where the pet should be able to do, and the Beastmaster. Sorry, Beastmaster. The only ones that should be able to have a pet that does anything worth doing. The Shadow Knight pet, dude, a Shadow Knight pet is still freaking dark blue to the Shadow Knight. They can still do damage. It's ridiculous. People are like, oh, the Shadow Knight doesn't do much damage. Throw your pet on it too. Like, you add dots plus a good two-handed weapon plus your pet, and you think that the fighter is somehow doing more damage than you? Are you crazy? Up to level 55, the fighter's not. They're double attacking. Both are double attacking, but you also have your pet and your dots and your direct damage, your life taps and like all these things. Like, what are you talking about? Shadow Knight is way better than a fighter in the earlier levels, early to mid-level game. At level 55, I will agree that the triple attack does put the fighter a little bit higher up. But yeah, those Shadow Knight pets should be like complete garbage. I think they should just get rid of them completely. They don't need a pet. And then give them, instead of sacrifice minion, they should get something like their lay on hands, that's 30 minutes, or not lay on hands, their harm touch, that's a 30 minutes, grip of agony or whatever it's called. That should be more damage and unresistible. It might be unresistible, but it should be a little bit more damage. The problem with that is Shadow Knight NPCs, holy moly, if they make that damage too much higher, they're just gonna like one-shot tanks. It's gonna get crazy around here. But yeah, I do not like the pets. I don't know why. We have Shadow Knights, what is it? Shadow Knight, Enchanter, Elementalist, Necromancer, Shaman, Druid. What else am I missing? Like too many, like 7 or 8 different classes have a freaking pet. Like, what the heck, dude? We don't need this. I don't even want the pet as a Shadow Knight. Yeah, you do want the pet as a Shadow Knight. You do. You want to have it out. Inquisitors should have a collar and drag a mage around with them as their pet. Just saying. That would be funny. Druid and Enchanter are the fastest levelers in the game. Bard is the fastest leveler in the game. But that's because of their charm is just OP. But yes, Druid and Enchanter are a close second. SK Pet needs to be green. Yeah, SK Pet needs to be worthless. Completely worthless. Shaman are historically the other dot class. Necro being the obvious first. Druid, Quadkiters. I mean, that's what I would say, Haas. I think that Setfer would disagree. He thinks that Druid should have better dots. But I think it's just like I mean, it depends. Are you supposed to give pets legendary, unique weapons to wield? I wouldn't. I proposed a shadow clone that only lasts when in combat for the SK. Yeah, like a temporary shadow clone. That could be cool. ZBrush. I think that's a really, really good idea. Where they could be like, you know, they summon like a shadow clone of themselves for like 30 seconds that attacks or something. I could see that. If SK got dual wield, no one would need to make a fighter. Oh, yeah, if SK had dual wield, SK would be by far the best tank in the game. Sac Minion is Garbo. It's actually not, but I think SK having some kind of mid Skelly is good. So Sacrifice Minion is a lot better than you think it is. Especially, hang on.
Switch to TurboTax full service.
You had to get rid of that commercial. Especially if you're using, like, you should have the Shadow Knight pet out all the time to do damage. And then the sacrifice minion is at level 60, 3,000 damage rune shield is huge when you're going up against raid bosses. You pop that thing in the beginning while they're, so like the first 15, 20 seconds of a raid boss is the hardest time trying to control the aggro on the mob, trying to keep the tank alive. Those kind of, the first, 15 seconds or so is rough. So a Shadow Knight can Grip of Agony on them, getting 600 damage off the bat, and then taunt them so they have a ton of threat right at the beginning, and sacrifice their pet so they have the extra 3,000 rune in the beginning to take all those hits while you're trying to debuff the raid mob. Right now, a Shadow Knight, the first 30 seconds of the fight of a Shadow Knight is just like, they're gods. They're amazing. Now, after that, the fighter starts to take over. So it's almost like you start the fight with a Shadow Knight, you get it debuffed, and then you have the fighter taunted off the Shadow Knight, and then you're probably in a better spot. To be honest with you, that's probably the best way to start a raid fight. While solo, you're saying, oh yeah, while solo, it's not good. I think it's still good because let's say like you're fighting something, your pet's getting very low on health for whatever reason. You sacrifice your minion, you get a huge damage shield or damage reduction because you're low on health, your pet's low on health, and you're able to finish off the fight. I still think it's good. As a druid, I just want a pet to farm greens. Yeah, no other reason. I agree. Yeah. Maybe one of the classes can make a pet by turning an NPC into a tree and lassoing it. Absolutely, yeah, we can go play some Pantheon. Druids can't melee for nothing. Low-level mobs, so having is nice. Yeah, I mean, I think that having a pet for like those low-level farming scenarios is still it's very nice. I agree. If they wanted to lean into Shaman being the off tank, ew. Fighting priest, then I could accept them being worse as offense magic than maybe. I don't know. I think shaman have a lot to give to groups. I think shaman are in a pretty good spot. Opposite of the pally, ghost healer, summon. What is it? Shadow priest. Yeah, that'd be sick. Yeah. So yeah, the what is it called? I forget what it's called for the paladin, but yeah, they summon like a healing minion. Right, that can heal other people, and then the Shadow Knight could have one that does damage. I think that would be a cool trade. Remove SK Pet, insert Dark Guardian, 15-minute cooldown, opposite of the Paladin, life tapping, transferring HP to group members. Sure, I'd be okay with that. I think that'd be really cool. I think Shaman cold nukes should be on par to Druid, but it's just the one element that they get. Whichever they choose. Yeah. Well, they have that now, Setfer. They shamans have the cold nukes that are on par with druid nukes, but druid are fire and shaman are cold. That's literally it. I don't like that like elementalists and wizards only really get strong fire nukes. So I just don't like that. I think it's silly because what if we go up against a fire elemental? There's a level 25 raid boss fire elemental in the game in Ancient Crypt. So does that have high fire resist? Does that basically make the wizard pointless because their main nuke is fire? Like, I mean, it just defeats the whole purpose. It's like, that sucks. That really sucks for the wizard. Makes them worthless for that raid. So they should have, like the elementalists especially, should have more ways that they can do different types of damage based on the resist of what they think that mob might have. If you're going up against a fire elemental, cold nukes. It probably has 0 cold resist. Or maybe even a negative cold resist. Why is Beastmaster not the best pet class? They are currently the best pet class. They're actually, because you can, basically they have Dire Charm, effectively. That's what Beastmasters are right now. You Dire Charm a pet. You can sack minion to give you time to recast another pet. Sack again? Yeah, you can do that. Cooldowns greater than 10 minutes suck and should be abolished. I think it depends on the spell, but yes, I don't disagree with you. I know where you're coming from with that. I think that these like 30-minute cooldowns is like, come on, really? Like, really? That means that you're going to use it once, once every 15 to 20 encounters, one time. So like they should be used for bosses. Like that at a 10-minute, it's going to be like, okay, for the name that you're killing, you have it up for the named. If it's 30 minutes, okay, well, it's not really great. I don't like the commune with the honorable, call of the hero. Like, come on, man. Really, 30 minutes? That's way too long for that. What if you have two people that leave your party within 10 minutes of each other? Or two people together? Like that, it defeats the whole purpose of it. Like, it's just silly. It's silly. Like, I get what they're trying to do with it. They don't want you to be able to summon an entire raid force to a boss. But guess what you can do? You can cast Invis on an entire raid force and run to the boss. So, like, why would you not just have the summon? Like, it's just silly. Like, I felt like it wasn't fully thought through when it was implemented. So maybe we'll get adjustments to it later on. But it's just, yeah, I don't get it. There are these mobs that the shadows called a shadow. So why don't Shadow Knights have anything to do with shadows? Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think they should. I don't think that it should be a necromancer fighter. I think that's dumb. It's not, well, I shouldn't say it's dumb. I just don't, I think it's like, that's not what it is. It's not a hybrid. It's not a, like in D&D terms, that would be what a multi-classing. You're not multi-classing. That's not what we're doing in this game. That's what they're trying to do, but that's not what it is. I don't think it was what it should be. Problem EQ. Ice Comet being the only super nuke versus Lady Vox was annoying. Yeah, I agree. I think they need to change that. Only reason I could kill some named NPCs surrounded by other NPCs as solo was because of Sacrifice Pet. Yeah, Sacrifice Pet is good. How far did you get in your character, and did you find any raid content beyond the Harm Touch Skelly guy in Wormsbane? There are several raid mobs. Yes, I will talk about a couple of them. So there's the Wormsbane one, which is level 20, level locked. Which I'm going to say it every time we talk about level locked mobs. Terrible, terrible, terrible idea. Terrible implementation. Terrible in every possible way. Just don't make them level locked. Remove them from the game. Make them level 60. Something else. I do not like any of the level locked content. Okay? That's just my quick version of that. But yes, there's the level 20 level locked Bone Construct. There's a level 25 one in Ancient Crypt. That's a elemental. There's also another elemental in Telekir that is level 40 level locked. And then there are also additional raids in the game. But those are really not to be talked about at this time. They're still very much being worked on. Can you interrupt? Can you be interrupted by attacks when you barrier from pet sacrifice? I don't think you can, because you don't take any damage. So like, what interrupts you is like channeling. When channeling interrupts you, it's because you take damage. If you're like your channeling skill. But when you have a rune up, like a rune shield up, you don't actually take damage. It just says 0 until the rune's gone. So I don't think you can. 30-minute cooldown, taking up a spell gem feels bad. It does, especially when it's Call of the Hero or Commune with the Honorable. Lay on Hands is very good. But like Grip of Agony, 600 damage. I mean, at level 60, 600 damage. It's like, really? Do we really need that? Like for a 20 or 30-minute cooldown? Harm Touch, long cooldown makes sense. I don't know. I don't think it's that good to be that long of a cooldown. It's also an ability slot tax. Yeah. Because you always have to have it up for the Koth. It's a huge tax. 5-minute cooldown to be enough for call. I think 5 or 10 minutes would be plenty. And it would still do the same thing, I think. It would prevent you from calling an entire raid to a location because you have to wait 5 minutes for every single player. Like if you're thinking you need to call 6 players just to do content, right? Or 5 other players to do that content, you still got to wait 25 minutes. Somebody could literally invis their entire group and run over there in 30 seconds. So waiting 25 minutes, like, I don't know. Do you find the limited spell slot plus 1 million buffs plus short time buffs, timers, 1 hour really annoying? I don't know. I feel like 10% of my playtime is just casting a million buffs. So were you the one that was talking about that not too long ago, somewhere in one of these threads here, about like switching? Somebody was talking about this and I don't know who it was, but I disagree with it. I don't think we need to have spell loadouts and all that kind of stuff. I think part of the game is memorizing spells, casting those spells as buffs, memorizing other spells that you use in combat, and having a little bit of that downtime and switching your spells around. That is part of the game for spellcasters. If you don't want to do that part of the game, don't play those classes. Play an archer, a monk, a fighter, a rogue. Play one of those classes if you don't want to have to deal with swapping around. Even on those classes, you have to swap around things sometimes. Like, I can't have all of my abilities as a fighter on my bar all at the same time. So there's times when, like, okay, I'm going into a raid, I need to swap out some abilities. So I think it's part of the game, and I like it. It's the memorization, like in D&D terms, when you go into, like, we're going into this dungeon. It's going to be a dungeon filled with undead. I need to memorize these spells for the day. And I can't change those until I do a long rest, another 8-hour rest, sometime later on. Then I can change my spells around because, hey, we need these other spells. I like that concept because this is a slower combat game. It is not meant to be super fast paced. We're not going mob to mob to mob. And it's not like a dungeon crawl it's a dungeon crawl, not a dungeon sprint, right? We're not trying to have every single ability available to us at all times as quickly as possible. You need to prepare going into the fights. So I like that. Pros and cons for level locked. Asking as I don't know the opposing views, thoughts. So yeah, Nicodemus, I can go with pros and cons. The pros to a level locked, we're going to do those first because in my opinion, they're very short. The pros to level locked and the idea I think that Nick specifically had with the level lock content. Okay. I'm not losing my sound. It's just going into the next song. The pros are they're supposed to be like things that lower level players can get involved in to teach you how to do raid content, things that lower level players can do at those levels because they're not leveling as fast as other people. That's what the pros are for it, right? And that's what the intent is for that level locked content, is to teach you how to play in more than one group. Like you get 2 groups together to do Bone Construct, and then as you get higher level, you get 3 or 4 or 5 groups, and you start to learn how the raiding works, and that kind of thing. That's the pros to it. The con to it is all of that content, 100% of that content is going to be locked down by level 60 players with alts that are level 20. Period. I guarantee you it's going to happen. I'm 110% sure. The reason I know that is because I will do it. As one player, I will do it. So I know for a fact on my server, as of right now, if they don't change anything about the Bone Construct, I'm going to get to level 60. I'm going to make a level 20 alt. I'm going to buff my level 20 alt. I'm going to give it the best possible gear that I could get as my level 60 character on my level 20 alt. And as soon as it spawns, I'm going to kill it. Why am I going to kill it? Because it has the best gear in the game. Period. Done. The items that drop off of a level 20 mob, I can use on my level 60 character and cannot get better gear as a level 60 character. So it's an itemization issue is the number one problem. Number 2 problem, even if it wasn't an itemization issue, let's say that as a level 60 player, I can get better items. Well, I'm going to have to camp this single group mob, and I'm going to have to kill it for 20, 30, 40 hours before I might have a chance of getting this super rare item that drops that is better than that level 20 raid encounter. So why wouldn't I log in my level 20 super twinked out character, kill that mob, get the item in while I'm waiting to get this high end item, right? So itemization is the big issue there. It's the huge issue. But now the problem comes in if I take the bone construct and I don't give it good items, then why would a level 20 player who is trying to level up their character go and do that with a chance of failing, the chance of losing XP, the chance of wasting their time? Why would they want to do that if the items aren't good enough to do it? So you have to find an area where the items are good enough, but by level 40 or 50, easily replaced. Like easily replaced. And that's the problem. The bone construct has mana regen boots on it. It has a haste belt on it. The haste belt is the best belt in the game for leather wearing DPS classes. So for your rogues and for your monk, it's the best belt in the game because you can't get a better haste item anywhere else in the game. The boots, to kind of go over the top here, something that we probably shouldn't talk. There are boots that are better with flowing thought basically on them at higher level. Okay, I'm just going to throw it out there. Probably not supposed to talk about it, but I told you anyway. But they're extremely rare. I mean, I can't tell you how rare they are. We camped them for a week straight, and we got one pair. Killed the mob probably 100 times. Got one pair of boots. Never seen them again. But I can kill Bone Construct, and it's one of 5 items off of the Bone Construct, or 4 items, or whatever the Bone Construct. And it's like a semi-common item off the Bone Construct. So why would I not do that, right? That's the problem with it. That's a huge problem with that kind of stuff. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, no worries, Nicodemus. I get super like hyped up about that, so I don't mean to like come across as like agitated or anything, but I feel like the entirety of the level locked content is just going to be level 60 poop sockers, sweaty players, whatever you want to call them, with level locked alts that they feed the best items in the game and kill that content. It's too easy for those sweaty players to gate that content, and that content's not even made for them, but they're gonna gate it anyway because they can. And if you allow players an easy way to gate content, they're gonna gate the content. And it's just way too easy to gate it. Is there a better way to attack the issue without the level lock that has worked in the past, or is it just that it is what it is? I think it is what it is kind of thing, Nicodemus. I don't think you're going to be able to take level locked content and make it work. Now, what some of the suggestions that people have come up with was like allow you to spawn the Bone Construct through a quest. So yeah, they could do something like that, but what's going to end up happening is now you're going to have those high level players. Like, it's got to be a repeatable quest. Because if it's not a repeatable quest and you can only spawn it once and it has a variety of items that it can spawn, why or drop, why am I doing this quest if I can only do it once and I'm not even guaranteed, because it takes 12 people, let's say, or it takes a raid to kill the boss, but only one person can, like, I'm doing a full-on quest to spawn this boss, but I'm not even guaranteed to get the items off of it. So like, if you want to do that, make it a quest that's for a really good item that everyone can use, and then have it spawn this boss that you can only do it at level 20. But then it's like, okay, well now you're saying that to do a quest, you're level locking an entire quest, which is kind of dumb. I think like I should be able to go back. I want to be able to just see that content. I want to be able to do that content, but I don't want to do it at level 20. There's other quests in the game that I think are way too difficult for the level of item you get. The Necromancer quest. There's a Necromancer quest where you can actually get a pet. The difficulty of that quest for the reward that you get are not equal. It's like a level 16 pet. So if you don't do it by level 19, you might as well use your level 20 pet that you have on the Necromancer, and there's no reason to go back and do that quest. But it's too hard to do for a level 16, 17, 18, 19 character. I shouldn't say it's too hard. It's almost too tedious to do. So you're only doing that quest at level 20 plus. In which case you're doing this very long, drawn out quest for a lackluster reward. So I think that's kind of where it is. So is it considered a bottleneck for itemization? Is that right? This may be a non-issue for Rich and Runoff's itemization pass they're working on. It could be. It could end up being a non-issue. But yes, it is a bottleneck. So like right now, the reason that people are doing the level lock content, they're locking it down as their level 60 characters with their level 20 characters. First of all, they're all broken, right? You have to take that level 20 level locked content, and you have to consider, well, what if we give them level 60, give the players level 60 buffs, level 60 gear, like you have to consider that. Are we going to tune this mob for a bunch of level 20s at level 20 gear level, like what they can obtain at level 20? Or do we need to tune it based on having a 30-point damage shield, having a 24 HP regen from a druid, giving them regen and nature skin? They're going to have 20 health regen, which is probably enough for a tank at that level to stay alive. And they're going to have the best weapons in the game, the best armor in the game. They're going to have like 400 armor class. We're tuning it based on level 20s at level 20 gear level, but we're throwing in all of these buffs and this gear from a level 60 gear level, and it's just going to make the fight a joke. And that's the issue with it. You can't tune it properly. It's impossible to tune properly. Now you have to make it harder because you're going to have all of these buffs from those high level characters and the gear from these high level characters, so that it makes it harder for those people to do. Now it's impossible for people at level to do it. And that's the balance that you're trying to do. And it's like, you can't make that work. You won't. You will never make that work. So that's why I say don't even try it. Just throw it out the window. I do believe that Rich is probably going to do a very good job. I haven't seen what he's doing. So like let's say that the haste belt that drops off of the bone construct, it's a leather belt, has haste on it. Let's say that around level 40 or 50, there is a named NPC that has a common drop that is very equal to that. Now we're okay, because I missed it at level 20. I now got it at level 40. I now have a really good one that I can get at level 60 that's a rare drop. But my common that I got at level 20 is equal to this raid boss down here at level, or my common that I got at level 40 or 50 is equal to the raid boss down here at level 20. You got to tier it up properly, and that hasn't been done yet. So maybe Rich can fix that. I still think there's some fundamental issues with it though, where it's still going to be locked down because people are going to want to have it for alt gear and twink gear. Rather than going and trying to fight over getting a camp at level 20 against a bunch of other people, or level 40, now I got to wait for this camp. I got to wait for the boss to spawn. I got to wait for all. No, I can just slap on a bunch of stuff from my level 20 raid boss, and I'm just as powerful. So I don't think that the even itemization is going to fix it. It's still going to be an issue unless you give it 0 items and it's just like a fun boss. But then why would you fight it and chance the XP loss? You want raid items to be on par with items 10 to 20 levels higher? Yeah, you do. Unpopular opinion, but make low-level mobs have increased drop rates on things that can be replaced with higher-level mobs. I think that low-level mobs right now, especially things in like Wormsbane, need to have a higher drop chance. They need to have only... Right now, on average, all the named mobs have like three items: a common, an uncommon, and a rare. I think that Wormsbane needs to have a common and an uncommon, and have it be like a 60-40 or 70-30 split, right? They just have fewer items that they drop, and they drop them more often. And they should the names should spawn more often, because you're blasting through those levels much faster, and you should be able to gear up a little bit so that when you get into level 40 or 50 or higher, you actually have a baseline of gear. That's my opinion on it. Plate and mail wearers want a leather belt for haste. They won't actually. The reason I say that, Dolce, like I kind of hinted at it, it's the best for monk and rogue because it's leather. There are other items that are better for plate wearers or better for chain wearers. There are other haste items in the game. I don't want to give too many details because we're not supposed to talk about alpha, etc. That's why I'm using that as an example. For monks and for rogues, it is the best. There is nothing to replace it. Yeah, raid items should always be better than other items. I agree with that. Other people disagree with that. So that's an argument you all can have. In my opinion, having raid content at all level tiers is good and important. It is good and important if the itemization works properly, but you're going to run into this issues that I've already, the aforementioned issues. You get a token from killing the boss, do it once, and it has a variety of turn-ins. Yeah, that would be okay. If they did it like a quest-wise, everybody that kills the boss, that participates in that kill, gets a token, and you can only get one token ever. That would be a way to do it, and then you could turn it in and get said item. That would be a really cool way to do it. And then the boss itself doesn't drop anything. I think it's great. You could also make that token a no-drop item, a no-drop token. And then players that you wouldn't have level 20 twinks that are going and killing it, well, you would, but they would only be able to get it for their level 20 twink. They wouldn't be able to give that to a higher level player. That could be a way to do it, but those items still need to be better. There needs to be a better version that you can obtain at higher levels. The only way to stop the boss spawn camping is the last group that fought the boss can't fight them again until the boss is cleared by another group. Yeah, but then you're kind of dictating what you're doing there, ZBrushed, is you're saying that now I can't kill it twice, so I make an alt. Now I kill it once on this character, then on this character, then on this character, then on this character. As a super sweaty hardcore player, if you make that rule, I will have 2 level 60 characters and I will gear them both out and I will kill it this week and then next week and the next week and I'll just go back and forth. You make it 3, I'm going to have 3 characters. You make it 4, I'm going to have 4 characters. That's how sweaty I'm going to be, right? And yes, it will stop some people from doing it, but it won't stop the problem. Nothing will stop that problem. Alts would not work as the debuff is account based. Second account. I'm that sweaty, I'll have a second account. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, you will not be able to stop the issue. And you can have as many accounts as you want. It will alleviate some of the problem, but it won't stop it. Yeah, and then you might, like what Haas is saying, what if you have 2 guilds that just are like, okay, well, you do it this week, we have a rotation. You do it this week, you do it next week. And those 2 guilds just monopolize it, right? There's still too many issues with it. Still too many issues. I will always find a loophole to, no matter what you come up with, I will find a loophole for it. It may not be an easy loophole, but I will find one that will work because I've been in that situation. I have been that sweaty player. World first, locking down every single raid mob. In EverQuest 2, my guild did not allow for an entire expansion any it was the tier 7 expansion of EverQuest 2. We didn't lose a single contested mob the entire expansion. In tier 6, so the previous expansion of that, we only lost 1. Like, that's how sweaty some of the players are that I used to play with and still play with. I'm not saying necessarily we're going to do that again, but we're going to do that again to some extent. So, there's always going to be a loophole. I think dropping an item you turn in to a guildmaster allows for a cool one-time quest. Yeah, and that's something that's very cool. I think it's a good idea. Also, like a raid elemental, Ancient Crypts only drops 1 caster item. You're talking about the ranged. Yeah, it's got a ranged. Yeah, so that's another example that they're talking about. So it's got a ranged mana regen item, ranged slot mana regen item. That's a level 25 raid locked moss. There is no other mana regen item in range slot in the entire game. So it's the best item in the game for all casters. Anybody that has a mana pool, it's the best item in the game. Period. This is true, but it's a way to sort of at least give an opportunity to others. It is, yeah. I'm not trying to disregard any ideas. Like, you guys, ZBrush, your idea is fantastic, and I think a lot of people have some really good ideas. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate and I'm doing it on purpose in a lot of these threads, and people hate me for it, and that's fine. You can hate me, but I'm telling you what hardcore players are going to do, because I'm telling you what I would do in that situation. Being a very hardcore player, being somebody who has been in that situation, I'm telling you what's going to happen. And I don't think a lot of people have been in that situation. They might have said, oh, I've been in a top raid guild and I've done this and this and this. I'm talking world first, like, I'm not talking P99 crap here, guys. I'm talking like the number one guild in World of Warcraft, right? Killing a boss for the very first time ever in the entire world and doing it a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks before anybody else has been able to do it. That's what I'm talking about. That's the level of craziness that people get to. I've been there. I know what these people are going to do and what they're capable of, and it's nuts. They will also find hacks and cheats and things like that. They'll abuse the system. How about if a raid boss doesn't drop gear, it just gives crazy, huge, positive only faction? That's an option for certain things, and then have that faction base be, good for you gain factions so you can do quests with certain groups. That's a way to do it. But the thing is, if they do that, those raids are going to be pointless because you're going to kill them once and then you'll never kill them again. So why would you even create an entire raid that gives faction? As long as there's another way to get faction, these sweaty players will get the faction in a week before that raid boss even pops. So like a faction reward is almost pointless. They're just going to go farm the faction anyway. So yeah, Wormsbane gear isn't the problem. It's the gems. What gems? Oh, the gear. Yeah, the gems. That is part of the problem. Yeah, I agree. Lower stuff needs to drop more. Yeah. I mean, some people agree, some people won't. Faction towards a benefit is a good replacement. So like they could do something like devotion, like if they had gods, like I kill this god and I gain this amount of devotion to this other faith or this other god. That could be a way to do that. But what you're going to end up getting with that is if the tiered system, let's say the tiered system of devotion gives you an item, and you don't have to necessarily maintain the devotion to use that item, I would switch between all of them and I would get all the best items in the game as a hardcore player. So you have to put something in place to maintain that faction. But if it's get faction, get all stuff, and then you don't care about faction anymore, then I'm going to get it all, right? As a very sweaty player. Not the real raid content. Yeah. I like the idea. The token idea is sweet. Yeah. I mean, it's an idea. I'm sure I could find a loophole to it. But if you make it no drop token, no drop items that you get from the token, and you can only ever get one per character, and you have to do it at level 20. I don't like the idea of having to do it at level 20 though, because if you make it a quest, so you're telling me that if I level to 21 without knowing about that, let's say that I'm a brand new player to the game, I don't go out on the internet, I'm not reading up on anything, no one tells me that there's a level 20 raid boss that I can do a quest for, I don't ever learn about it, and I hit level 21, now I'm completely locked out of ever doing that quest and gaining those items. That's an unfair, that's terrible. No matter what you do, you can no longer do it. It doesn't matter how much you play. It doesn't matter how much effort you put in. You have to start another character, level it up to 20, and then do that content now knowing that you can do it. So that's why I don't like those kind of things, because it completely prevents you from doing it ever doing it, and benefiting it on that character, right? So, and some people could say, well, too bad, but it's the same thing. Those same people will say, well, that's too bad. You should have done it at level 20. Okay, well, that's too bad that you can't do raids at level 60 because you're not willing to put in the effort. Oh, well, I should be able to do the raids at level 60. Once I hit level 60, I don't think you should be able to lock down the raids. Okay, well, too bad. It's literally the same argument. So you can't be that's so hypocritical for you to say that that you want to be able to do it at level 60, but you can't do it at level 20. Or vice versa, right? It's just, the whole thing is just kind of, it's poopy. I like a mix. Raid gear definitely should be amazing stuff, but raids don't always drop every slot, so mixing of rare. Well, yeah, but you have to do different raids to get different slots, etc. IP hard account lock. on said token. Maybe they could do that. They could do like a token where I could get my level 20 character, do that content once, and it unlocks it for my entire account. And now every character that I make, I can now go and get that token item, right? They could do that maybe. Guaranteed token drop is far less fun. The reason killing named the challenge. Yeah, the RNG, and that's another argument against it. Challenge of winning, the RNG of the loot, all of that kind of stuff. Sweat is a liquid. Sweatiness is a gas. It will expand to fill whatever space possibly exists. Yeah, I agree. It's impossible to stop it, but it's an idea for a speed bump, not a roadblock. Yeah. Not all of this stuff. Nothing is going to be other than instancing. You're not going to be able to stop players from locking out other players from content and making it a good way of doing it. And instancing isn't even the best way of doing it, but yeah. Maybe only the lower level raid stuff can have this token, but higher level stuff is back to normal drop style. Yeah, as long as they itemize it properly too. Like if that lower level raid stuff is replaced at higher level relatively easily, then it's fine. I don't see an issue with it. Which I think is what Rich is trying to do. Like every item that Bone Construct or the Seer at level 25 or whatever the name of the level 41 is, every one of those items should be replaced by some sort of named enemy or a quest that you can do at higher level. Like a longer epic quest type of thing. What EQ2 guild are you in? I was in Eternal Chaos in EQ2. We were one of the top 3 guilds in the game from tier 5, 6, and 7. Doing world first type stuff. But I mean, I was also one of the top guilds in EverQuest 1. Like I'm not here to like brag or whatever about my previous accomplishments. That's not the point of what I was trying to make. I was just trying to say that like, I know what top players do. Like Keepers of the, not Keepers of the Faith, sorry. Fires of Heaven. You could use them as an example. They would absolutely block people out of all content because they wanted to be the best of the best of the best. And that's exactly what they did. It brings an intro raid, so it'd be more consistent. Isn't bad. Yeah, I think bringing an intro raid and learning from those intro raids is a great idea. Even starting at lower levels. The problem is with raids at lower levels is a raid should be tuned so that you can't win the first time you try it. You probably can't win the 10th time that you try it. You should have to bang your head against the wall, figure out the strategy, and finally win. And then when you win, you have the feeling of accomplishment and a sense of, like, yes, we got it. All right, we're all happy about it. That kind of thing. If you've never had that feeling in an MMO, then I don't know what to say. It's an amazing feeling the first time you overcome a huge obstacle like that without looking at a guide, without like, oh, this is exactly how you're supposed to fight this boss. This is the spells that it does. This is how to avoid it. Like that's a completely different feeling. And I've done that too. I've done that where I read a guide and then went and did the boss, and I feel accomplished because it's still a very challenging fight and we were able to do it. But figuring it out for the very first time and accomplishing it and being one of the first in the world to do it is a completely different feeling. It's like winning the Olympic gold medal. It's an insane feeling. So yeah, it's already been done, monopolizing Bone Construct. Then they won't. Then they were told to share. It has been done. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's been done quite a bit. And they weren't told to share. They can't be told to share. They can be asked to share, but nothing in the game says that anybody has to share anything, right? If I'm camping something, if I am first to engage a raid boss right now, I am first to engage it. That's the rules as written currently. Kind of crappy thing to do to other guilds. Is it though? Like, you got to think, I put in the effort. I leveled up first. I got my guild together and we showed up and we did the thing before anybody else did. How is that bad. Like it's a competition. If you want it bad enough, you got to put in the effort. I mean, if you want a job, you're competing against everybody else that's applying for the same job. Do you think you should get it just because you didn't get the other job? Or, oh, this person got a job this week. Okay, so now we got to give it to this person. No, it's whoever does the best, whoever works the hardest, whoever tries and puts in the effort and has the knowledge and whatever else you want to put in there. They've earned it. And it's not fair to say that you put in 10 times the effort that I did, but I deserve the right to do whatever it is. It's not fair. You want it to be fair, then it's got to be fair, right? People are saying the opposite of that. Well, it's not fair that you get to hog all this stuff and you get to kill every single mob in the game, and I don't ever get to do it because you're constantly killing it and you're gatekeeping me, right? So that's not fair, but the flip side of that is fair. Like, which one's fair and which one's not? Like, people are contradicting themselves. It also has spell haste. It does also have spell haste, yeah. There's other items with spell haste, though. If that's how your guild is going to be after EA, I'm definitely not going to play on that server. I don't know how my guild's going to be. Thank you for streaming and discussing this, Criddle, even though my discipline is more lore-oriented tabletop. I learn a lot from these talks on the mechanics side of the house. Loot, risk versus reward, and game mechanics are hard to get right and balance. They're very hard. Yeah, Nicodemus. And I think honestly speaking, Nicodemus represents 90% of the player base. They don't care about the end game. They don't care about who has the best gear. They don't care about who's doing the most damage. They don't care about that. Think about it this way. How many streams have you gone to of Nick or Sean? And how many people show up to those streams? 300, 400, 500, you know? How many people actually discuss things on the Discord? There's 10,000 people, I think, that are on the Discord. And out of those 10,000, we only get a few hundred that actually talk about these things. There's 60,000 accounts that are registered on the website. So 60,000 down to 10,000 down to a few hundred that actually discuss these topics. So you're talking about a very small amount of people that actually care about this stuff. Those are the people that are like just butting heads with each other constantly. So really, ultimately, the majority of the players don't care about that. They really don't. Why even have contested instances is problem solved? Well, people want contested, track them, because they like that competitiveness. You know, if it's all instance, which is the World of Warcraft thing, World of Warcraft has almost all instance content these days. Very little open world raid content. And the only people that are racing, they race to get to world first, and then once they get it, they're like, okay, I'm done, and they move on, and they don't even play the game anymore. They get their gear, and they never play the game anymore. The contested open world mobs keeps those top guilds engaged and constantly fighting with each other over those contested mobs, and they're constantly competing to be the best. And I think it's another way to play the game. You know, there's people that want to play it for the lore, they want to play it for the social aspect, but then there's also people that want to compete at that top end level to see if they can get the pixels faster than the other people. So it's just another way to play. Who cares about World First? A lot of people do. Like, just because I don't care about football, right? I care about football to some extent, but I'm not a big sports ball person. Maybe you are, right? I could be like, who cares about Team A versus Team B? I don't care. That's the point. You know, like, we all have different things that we enjoy that we get into. Maybe you like to play a guitar. I don't care if I learn to play a guitar. I would rather play a piano. But you don't want to play a piano. So who cares if you're better at me than... That's the thing. Like, people can say, who cares about World First? Well, there are people that do. There's absolutely... I don't care who wins the World Series. I really don't care anymore. I used to when I was a kid. But people do. We just need an island out in the ocean to swim to, drops the best loot, and have the sweats go out. Yeah. Well, they are going to be adding that. As long as it's said gear in a timely manner, yeah. I don't need to be the first. I need the gear, yeah. Well, some people want to be the first to get it. Sweaty losers? I wouldn't call them sweaty losers. I mean, I don't get offended by that. You can call me a loser all you want. But I like to be, I like to do it first. Why do I like to do it first? Because I get a sense of accomplishment out of that. I get a sense of like, I was the first to figure out how this boss works. I was the first to be there to spawn the sleeper. I thought that was a really cool thing. Did anybody in chat on their server actually ever spawn a sleeper? Like, was there in the room when you killed the 4th dragon that was guarding the sleeper? That feeling is amazing. It's really, really cool. And I'm talking like, did you do it even on P99? It's a really cool feeling to be able to be there. Faction farming is so slow in Monsters Memories. Like kill goblins for Ashira is glacial. Killing goblins for the Ashira to get the faction is not the best way to get the faction. The best way is to take the ears or the head and turn them in for a faction quest. So there's ways that you can do it. Can't make raid level loot too easy. How to keep a carrot on the stick? Yeah, you got to keep a carrot on the stick. There was a quest in Rivervale, one with the wall. You factioned up, did the hail and dialogue, and reset your faction to neutral. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't even know that existed. That's neat. I think Wormsbane named need to drop an armor reagent 100% of the time. The gyms are already difficult. They are difficult, yeah. Easy adjustment. I foresee a lot of showers in your future, sweaty boy. I try to take one every day. I probably should take one today. My idea today is the reason I haven't taken a shower. I was going to take one this morning. I'm going to try to work out after the stream and then take a shower. Doesn't need to be level locked from tokens. Yeah. Bone Construct should drop like 3 random Wormsbane quest pieces. Yeah, that'd be cool. And it should drop a couple of the gems too, right? Why not? Token system can be okay, but not sure token system for all raid content. Yeah, I don't like the token system for all raid content. They did that in Final Fantasy XIV. So the idea in Final Fantasy XIV is you might get lucky and get a piece that drops from the raid, but after so many raids and you accumulate your tokens, you can just buy a piece instead of the same quality. But what ended up happening is you want specific dropped piece and specific token piece for best in slot gear. So that's what it ended up being. But I agree. I think I don't want everything to be token based, because then it's too easy to get the gear. Because if everything is token based, you just kill X mob so many times, you get best gear in game. I like the RNG aspect of having a really ultra rare item that drops off of raid bosses. And then there's the guilds that have to, okay, are we going to do a DKP system? Are we going to do a loot council system? Are we going to do a completely random roll system? I don't like the random roll system, because what's to stop the brand new player who has literally never raided before, and this is their very first, they hit level 60, they're brand new, and they're barely contributing at all because they don't really know what they're doing, or they died in the first 5 seconds, and they're just like, random 100. Ooh, I got 100. I win the best item in the game. Yay. And then they quit the next day. Like, I prefer a DKP system or a loot council system, at least in the beginning, but you have to be fair about it. You also have to think in a loot council system, and I know a lot of you are going to be like, oh my God, loot council, I don't want anything to do with that. It's so blah, 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 blah. I agree. It is. You're not wrong. A loot council system, at least for the first few raid bosses, is the way to go until you can establish a DKP. And then it should go to DKP system based on highest DKP. Or what Setfer likes to do is, in his EQ1 guild that he, for TLP servers, was a gold, a GDKP. The problem with a GDKP, especially in a TLP server, is, well, maybe I have 6 different characters and I'm able to multi-box all day long and gain a bunch of money, and now I'm just super filthy rich and I can just buy every item that I want. So there's issues with every system. There's no system that's going to work. So you got to figure out what's going to work best for you and your guild. And, for my guild, if I were to create a guild, or if I were to be in a guild, and right now I don't know which way I'm going with it. There is a guild that I'm in on the alpha server, but I think they're going to be going to a box server, and I don't really want to be on the box server. So I don't know what's going to happen there. But maybe we'll join them. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Anyway, the reason I say that is because sometimes people from that guild are listening, and I don't know what we're going to do is the answer to that. They've asked other people in my group, are we going to be joining them? I don't know. It depends on where they go and what they're doing. Right now, they're leaning box. Anyway, I'm hoping whatever guild that I end up in, or if I create one or whatever, we're probably going to do a council system, at least for the first few raids, and then probably switch to like a DKP system. And then for like alt stuff, it might be just randomly rolled. But I don't know. It depends. A lot of it depends. Very low level raid encounters should still be replaced later on. Yeah, all low level raids should be replaced later on. My friend was in NPU. Yeah. So Isar, one of my guild leader from EverQuest 2, we were in Eternal Chaos. He went and joined NPU after our guild kind of just stopped playing. But yeah, NPU is a very strong guild. Curious if y'all cross paths? Yeah, I knew NPU well. We used to talk to them all the time, and we would compete with them. They were the only guild, I think, that killed. Was it God King? Not God King. They were the only one that were able to do one of the raids in Era. And then we were very close, but we didn't get that one. It was very hard. It was the one where you had to stack the things properly, the little idle things. I forget what it was called, though. I think about a line form from Stormfeather and Velius. Could be waiting there for a few days, but people still do it. Yeah. People, yeah. I'll humble brag about EQ all the time. There you go, Sepher. Do it. Why not have multiple level 20 bosses that drop very similar items? I mean, same thing will happen. Multiple level 20 bosses just means that level 60 characters are going to have a level 20 locked character, and they're just going to move them around and kill all the bosses. Like, it's not going to change anything. So yeah, blocking other guilds out of content doesn't seem very play nice. Looks like a bunch of toddlers that don't want anyone playing with their toys, even when they aren't using them. Well, that's the thing. If you're not using them, that's where I can agree with you, Helter Smelter. But I mean, if there's one item off of a raid that somebody in my guild needs, of course I'm going to go kill it. I'm going to go kill that boss, and I'm going to hope that item drops, and I'm going to hope that raid member gets that item. Like, I am there for my guild before I'm there for the rest of the server. My goal, though, and we talked about this earlier, so going back to me being super sweaty and wanting to do all the raid content and locking people out and all that kind of stuff, my goal is to, like, be in a guild that does all that top content. But also, I would like to help some of the lower level people that are just getting to level 60 get into the raid content. My hope for this game is that we have tiered raids. You have the introductory easy raids, and then you have to do those to be able to get the gear to be able to do the next tier raid. And you have to do those to be able to get the gear to do the next tier raid. Even to the point where maybe you have to flag for those next tiers. Like, you have to do a raid to get flagged, like Sleeper's Tomb. You have to do this raid to get a key to be able to do the next one. And it could just be a kill credit thing. But that, again, comes to gating and locking people out, et cetera, et cetera. But my goal is to be able to say, hey, we've done all this content. I'm going to go help out some of the lower people, like, you know, people that have just hit level 60 or just want to get into the introductory raids of the game, et cetera, and help them out. I would like to do that. But when it comes to the high-end guild versus guild, I'm still going to try to compete with the top guilds in the game because they're doing the same thing. They're trying to lock me out of doing the content. So I'm going to try to lock them out of doing the content, right? Like, that's what's happening. I don't think any top guild is trying to lock out the brand new fresh level 60s from doing any content. What they're trying to do is stop them from getting to their tier because they don't want you doing their tier and getting their loot that they're still trying to farm. So, like, people are thinking of it in a little bit different of a way. And I think a healthy competition is great. Personally. Raid should be hard. It should take many attempts to get world first. Yeah, personally, I like there being lots of challenges out there. I agree. And I think it should be like, you know, hey, your tank doesn't have enough AC or enough whatever mitigation to be able to take this boss, or your healers cannot heal well enough. You need to get better gear, more wisdom on your healers to be able to heal enough, or your DPS isn't high enough to where you can kill the boss before it enrages, so things of that nature. I think all of these things are part of it, and gearing up properly helps. First time my guild dropped 25-man Lich King was a crazy good feeling. It is. It's super good. I love it. I love destroying Fires of Heaven in the first EQ TLP. Granted, it wasn't true Fires of Heaven, but still felt good, right, Sever? Dude, it feels so good. It feels so good to be the first to do it. Man. I have no idea how they're going to manage the play nice policy with this type of stuff. They're not. They're not going to manage it. That's the thing. Play nice policy is for single group and camps and things of that nature. You can't have a play nice policy in place for competitive guilds. It completely defeats the purpose of a competitive guild. Completely 100% defeats the purpose of it. So like you're basically dictating how those players should play the game. I totally understand it. If you are camping something like a single group camp and you've been there for 10 hours and you've been clearing the camp over and over and over in hopes that a name spawns and that name drops the super rare item that you want, and somebody just comes in and kills it, and you've been there clearing it consistently, that's where the play nice policy comes in. But when a mob that spawns based on a timer and it spawns once a week, and we all know it's going to spawn sometime today, it's first come, first serve, right? Right now it's first to engage, which I think has its own issues. So first to engage is basically whoever tags the mob first gets the mob. If they die, then it's whoever tags the mob next. The problem with that is, okay, I tag the mob, I die, somebody else, who's tagging the mob at what times? I'm sure they've got logs and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, it becomes a jumbled mess, and then it becomes people training each other and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be an issue. Game assumes people learn to share when they were children. Well, it's not. That's the thing, Helter Smelter. You're still putting this into like, I own this thing. As an adult, you own your car, right? You own your vehicle. Would you just give your keys to a random person that comes up to you and says, "Hey, I need to borrow your car. I need your truck. I got to move something. I need your truck." No, I'm not going to give up my car, my house, things that I earned, just so you can, the store. I went to the store. I really want to have steaks tonight for dinner. There's one pack of steaks. I show up, and 5 minutes later, somebody walks in and sees the steak in my cart. Hey, you haven't bought that yet. I deserve it because you had steak last week. What? No, I'm sorry, but and it could be for literally anything. It doesn't matter what it is. Should you share that stuff necessarily? I don't know. I understand sharing, a friend comes over to my house, I'm going to share my toys with them. If you join my guild, of course, you're going to be invited to the raid. That's sharing. I'm now sharing with you, right? But you don't want to be part of my guild. You want the items for yourself. I want items for me and my guild. You want items for you and your guild. Why are we sharing these? I'm not sharing. I don't know. It's just I get where you're coming from, but it's different animal than sharing your toys. It's just different. First time it was done, they were told to share. The next time it changed to FTE. You can tell people to share, but share what? How do you? What they mean by told to share is why don't you all group up together and do the content together, and then random off the items? That's sharing. Now we're talking about zerging monsters, right? We're talking top end guilds have 50 players in this one and 50 players in this one. Okay, well, Dragon spawns. How about you put 100 players against that? You're zerging it. It's super easy, and you just random it off to everybody. That's sharing. But I could sit there and fight that mob weeks after week after week after week after week and never get the item, but I put in way more time than anybody else, way more effort than anybody else. Somebody just, I'm going to join this week. They won the item. They never join again. They never try. How is that fair? It's not. It's not fair. I'm talking about guilds gatekeeping, like literally not even letting others get a chance through well, and I already explained that. So gatekeeping. I'm going to use EverQuest and Sleeper's Tomb as an example, right? My guild is farming Sleeper's Tomb, trying to get all the best gear we can get out of Sleeper's Tomb. I don't want to share Sleeper's Tomb with another guild until my guild has all the gear they can get out of it. So I'm going to do whatever I can to prevent another guild from going in there, because then I don't want to be like, hey, this is my house. I don't want you sleeping in my house right now. Now, if I decide to buy another house and I can rent this one out, or, hey, I don't care about that. I'll sell it to you, whatever. You can have it. I don't want that house anymore. I've got this other house over here, right? So I'm stopping you from getting keys to my house. That's how I look at it. And I get where you're coming from, but that's what gatekeeping is. It sounds really mean, but when you really think about it, I put in the effort to get into Sleeper's Tomb, to get the gear from Sleeper's Tomb, and then you just kind of come up behind and just kind of pick up the scraps, and you get into the same place that I do. You get the same stuff that I do, all with like half the effort or minimal effort. That's, I don't know, 26,000 people in Discord. Are there? How many people have more than one account? Roll Tide. Oh gosh. Every server will have a sweaty hardcore guild. It's going to happen. Yeah, it'll absolutely happen. And I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I'm really not. Like, I totally get where you're coming from, and sharing is caring and all that. But point is that it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Wasn't there for Sleeper Spawn, but it was killed by him on the rampage through the zones. Yeah, I was there for a Sleeper's kill. And then I was also killed by him randomly when in another situation. Yeah, so it's happened. You spawn Sleeper on THJ? Yeah. Don't care about football? Oh no. In the South, I'm a Georgia. So going back, I'm like way behind in chat now. I am a UGA fan, Atlanta Falcons fan, Atlanta Braves fan. I was raised in Georgia. I lived there for 30 years. So I'm a Georgia fan if I were to get into sports ball. But I don't take it as seriously as other people do, right? Like, I'm not willing to pay $1,000 to go to a game. I'm not going to be mad. There's only so many seats that can be sold at a stadium to see the national championship game between, two teams like Georgia and whoever else is playing. There's only so many seats. I'm not willing to pay thousands of dollars, drive all the way there, camp out, do all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to say, oh, I should be able to get a ticket for $40 and just show up and walk inside. No. Somebody that's willing to go and camp it out and try and pay $1,000 for a ticket, they deserve to go in over me. Because I don't care enough. So, I don't know. The GDKP was because everything was tradable on that server. It was unique. Oh, is that what it was, Sepher? Okay. I take back everything I said when you said you were willing to help others outside the guild. Yeah, I'm 100% willing to help others outside my guild. 100%. Now, will I take anybody into a top-end raid? No. However, this is what I promise you. I will do this. I will make this promise. If I have any say on my server, if I'm in the top-end guild and I have any say within that guild, I will allow anyone that wants to join our raids to see the content. I promise you I will allow that to happen if I have any say whatsoever. You can come, you can join the raid, you can see the content, you can be part of the fun. However, when the items drop, they're going to go to my guild. They're going to go to people that I think deserve the item, that have shown up, that have put in the effort, that have, helped collect the materials for the expeditions, that have helped, that I have seen help other people in the guild level. That's the people that I just feel like deserve the reward from killing it. Anybody that wants to just see the content and you're level 60, absolutely come join us, have fun, see the content. I think it's great. Absolutely fantastic. So I will make that promise now. Absolutely. I hate keying for raids. Stop my reply. So there are keying. This game is going to have some sort of keying to it. It's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be like Sleeper's Tomb type keys where everybody needs to be keyed. But there are certain places that are only accessible, like the cemetery in Night Harbor. You have to have a key to access the cemetery. So there are keys to get into certain areas in this game. But you can open the door and everybody can walk in. So it's only one key per however many people are there when you open the door. I've been treated badly by high-end guilds and EQ just for asking them for advice and information. Yeah, and that's another thing. I just remember my EQ guild's name. Anyone from Nameless, Order, or Praxis? Yeah. I raided with Keepers of the Faith and Unity off of Praxis. That's my background of raiding. That's where I started. That's where Criddle was created. I raided with those guys. So if you know Keepers of the Faith, I was there on many of their kills. In EQ, I was in a guild, middle level compared to content. Remember a GM giving the Syrah Imp key? Yeah. VP was the worst. Then Vexthal. Yeah. Anyway, I know that I'm coming across as like probably a butthead to a lot of you. I'm not trying to come across that way. I just totally understand the sweaty mentality and the effort, the energy that it takes to be on that level and be able to do those things. It's a lot of effort. It's way more effort than you think to be able to. If you want to gatekeep another guild, the amount of effort you have to put in to gatekeep them is ridiculous. That's why I'm like, if they're willing to do it, let them do it. I mean, it sucks for people that aren't willing to do it, but they got to put in some effort. They have zero life outside of raiding, like almost zero life. So just know that in the background that you probably have a better real life than they do. The steak analogy for an old message, I changed my mind since then. Yeah, it is. So a big guild can camp out the best loot then? Yeah, a big guild could, yeah. I like the loot system with soft reserve, yeah. Anyway, if you don't want to get gate kept, just join the best guild. That's another way to do it, yeah, absolutely. Join the best guild. Be part of them. Join them rather than fight them. Don't know if it can be applied to Monsters of Memory. Which one? The loot system of soft reserve? I don't know what the loot system is in that, so I assume it's more like someone is sitting on a name for over 24 hours, then they might come in and say something. So how it works is if you're sitting on a name for a super long time and somebody petitions you and says that you're hogging that name or monopolizing it, the GMs are going to come in. They're going to do a wellness check to make sure that you're actually okay. Because if you're sitting there for 24 hours, that's unhealthy. It's very unhealthy. Are you okay? First and foremost. Secondly, they're going to check to see if you're using a scripting or macro or something and you're not actually there and you're just botting. That's the second thing that they're going to do. If you're not doing either of those things, if you are alive and well and not botting and not cheating in some way, they're going to be like, have at it. Keep going. Do what you want to do. I mean, it's easy. I can camp something in this game and still go out and make dinner, exercise, drink water, because it's 10-minute respawn, right? You got 10 minutes. For 1 minute fight, 10-minute respawn. I mean, not hard to do. It's the devil's advocate. Only way you can get a good design is to run through all the... Yes, exactly, ZBrush. I'm willing to play devil's advocate, and you all can hate me as much as you want. I'm willing to play devil's advocate so that we end up with a better game in the end. I will be the guy that everybody hates if you want me to do that. I will break every single thing in this game if I have to. I really hope they don't recreate the Sleeper's Tomb situation in Monsters of Memory. I don't think they're going to do that. If you don't want to gatekeep, join the best guild. I already read that one. Let's see if I can catch up a little bit. We have 6 courtside seats that cost Superfan $320,000 per person for college basketball season ticket. That's insane. Time 1:16 p.m. Eastern, so time dilation. I agree. Watching football on TV is much better than a stadium. I agree. I like sitting in my comfy chair and just enjoying that. I'm not somebody that's so into it that I need to go camp outside the stadium and be part of that atmosphere. You don't have a key access cemetery. You can parkour. Can you still parkour, Zeno? They fixed the only parkour I knew of that, but you might still be able to do it. Again, if you find these, if you know how to parkour through there, make sure you're bug reporting it. Let First know so First can fix it. That is literally what I'm trying to do. People hate me. You can hate on me all you want for being a sweaty player that is going to circumvent every single one of the rules that they put out. But I'm telling you how I'm circumventing the rules before I do it. So if you leave it in, that's on you. That's not on me. Right? Like, I'm going to tell you, hey, I found this way that I can glitch into an area, right? Parkour into an area. It's not glitching. It's not cheating. I just know that where I can jump to. Is that intended? If it's not intended, close it off. If it is intended, leave it in. And that's my goal. Like, I'm here to tell you how sweaty players are going to do it. It's up to you to combat that. I'm telling you how I'm going to do it. You were on Praxis in 2000. KTF was top guild. Yeah. Keepers of the Faith was the top guild. Unity was the number 2 guild. And I raided with both of them. My brother and his bestie were in Unity. That was awesome. Yeah. Disdained. Do you guys know Disdained from Unity? He was the main tank for them for a while. He was a good friend of mine. Not a good friend. Like, he was a good friend of mine in the game. Like, we chatted all the time. We grouped together all the time. He actually joined my EQ2 guild many years later. He just happened to join. Your promise to let others have a chance got you a sub from me, sir. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the sub, Helter Smelter. I promise they will be able to join our raids. They're not going to get the loot necessarily, but they can join and see the content. Absolutely. And especially if I'll double down on that promise. If killing the raid mob gives you credit without having to get an item, gives you credit for your epic quest or something, I'm absolutely going to help you in every way that I can. I want everyone on my server to be able to finish their epic quest. Now, if it's a specific item, then you may not get it, right? It depends on who in my guild needs it or whatever. But if it's like just if it's just a flag of you killed X enemy, I'll help you kill it. Absolutely. I don't see any reason to do that. Hey, I have a life. I don't know, Easter. You work. That's literally all you do. You just work. Planes of Power has so much keying. It was easy to gatekeep one mob. Happened to us. Yeah. So you're saying people are not putting enough effort, even though they may be denied the chance to put in the effort? No. What I'm saying is, yeah, if you want to put in the effort, you got to put in the effort, right? Effort being, are you willing to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning to go stand in line outside of an Apple store to get an iPhone? Or are you the type of person that's going to wait until the store opens and then get in line? Or are you going to be the person that just goes up there on your day off sometime next week and hopes that the new iPhone is available for you to buy? Those are 3 different types of people, right? The person that's willing to get up at 3 a.m. and camp out to get that new iPhone deserves that iPhone more than the second person who gets up the morning that it releases and goes to the store to try to get it, who deserves the item more than the person who's going to wait till their next day off to be able to go get it, right? Like, that's how I look at it. The person that puts in the effort, that goes and camps every item to be the best that they could possibly be at their role, to then join in and try to be there when these things happen. Those people put in the effort. They absolutely deserve the items over everybody else. I know it sounds mean, but they deserve it. Do I deserve to win a marathon if I only jog once a week? Or what if I am an avid runner and I get up every morning at 5 a.m. and I run for an hour? Then I go to work and I do my work. Then I come home from work and I do a few more exercises and I stretch and I eat healthy and I do all the things I'm supposed to do. I deserve to win that gold medal. But the person that just wakes up, on a Tuesday afternoon and it's like jogs for 30 minutes, do they deserve to win a gold medal? And you see what I'm saying? Like, people put in certain amounts of effort, and those people deserve what they get. So yeah, I think if you are there camping the name for an item and you are there long enough to get reported and invested, they should just give you the item. That's funny, Faradon. I like that. I will absolutely, I will bring that up on Sean's next stream. No, I probably won't, but I don't think they're going to do that. But yeah. Did you know? No, I didn't. I don't know those names. That was us. Yeah, I didn't. Those names don't sound familiar. People that I knew were like Disdained from Unity. What's the druid's name from KTF? She was the inspiration for the druid epic weapon, the original druid epic weapon. Her name was Rebecca in real life. And if you remember, if anybody did the druid epic quest, you actually had to go to Rebecca and do the turn in. The what was her Lotus Fly? Lotus Fly was her character name. She was a druid in Keepers of the Faith on the Praxis server. Her real name was Rebecca, and that is where Rebecca the NPC came from for the druid epic quest turn in. Little known fact. All very cool information. That's what I loved about EverQuest is knowing all that information. So yeah. I can leave the cemetery with a small invisible ledge bug. Uh-oh. Be sure to do that. Fojack on the forums was in Unity. Was he? Or Fujack? Was he? I knew Disdain. Airwalking? Yeah, Airwalking was another... he was another main tank. He was probably the main tank. Disdained was like their other main tank. I remember Airwalking, though. Yeah. I didn't talk to him a whole lot. What class do you plan to play on early access launch? I am going to be a fighter, most likely. Probably the main tank for whatever guild that I'm in, whether it's Rampage, which is what I'm in on the alpha right now. We may be joining them. I don't. If they go to a box server, I don't think we're going to do that. Unfortunately, it's a bummer, but I think they want to be on a box server. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'll be playing a fighter most likely, and tanking for whatever guild I'm in most likely. Unless there's somebody that actually plays more than I do, that is a tank in whatever guild, then I might play a different character or a different class, but I doubt it. I highly doubt it. What's a box server? So right now you have boxing and no boxing servers. So go to the server interest poll. Make sure you guys are filling this out if you're not doing it. Make sure you fill this out. But you're going to have a no box server, which means that you can only play one player plays one character. That's it. I said two. One player plays one character. That's it. Boxing means that you are one player playing more than one character at a time. It doesn't matter how you do it. That's what boxing means. One computer, 5 computers, doesn't matter. That's a box server. So I don't know where that guild's going to go. They might go to the box server. They've talked about it. I don't know. I mean, I like a lot of the people in the guild that I'm in on the closed server. So if anybody's in here from the guild or knows them or whatever, I like a lot of the people that are in there, and I don't have any issues with them necessarily. But I don't want to be on a box server. I will be on a 1-box server. I would do that. Like if it's one player can play 2 characters, that to me is something that I would absolutely do, because then it allows me to go and camp certain things on my fighter. Because fighter is very bad at solo. So like I would be able to have a healer and I'd be able to do a lot more in the game. But I don't want to be on a server where you have one person playing an entire party of 6. I don't like that. I could see a guild going to a box server for less competition, even if they aren't boxing too. That's true, Setfer. That's true. That could happen. You'd be way less competition, I would think. Because if you go as a guild and everyone doesn't box, you're going to have a very big advantage on these raid encounters, because it's difficult in this game to box efficiently without having some sort of scripting or third-party software, which is against the TOS. So if you are caught using some sort of scripting or third-party software to do something, you will likely get banned. So I don't recommend doing it. even on the boxing servers. I don't recommend doing it. How many reports, suspensions do you personally expect because your 5 group members always auto-follow you? Yeah, I expect to be reported a lot. I think that the GMs are going to get tired of coming and checking up on me. I expect for GMs to constantly be doing wellness checks on me and boxing checks on me and all sorts of other things that I exploited X, Y, or Z. So for me, you're not going to see me cheating. Like if I cheat, dude, I'm going to get caught so fast because I totally expect people to be reporting me left and right. So Trent, I have spoken to Trent many times, and I think Trent and I mean, we're not like buddy or anything like that, but I've spoken to Trent several times, and he knows my group. My current group in the game that I play with right now is the same group I'm going to play with in early access. However, right now we do box characters every now and then, so it does happen, but we're just going to not be able to do it when the server goes into early access. Everybody's got to play their own characters, or log in your character, sit it over in the corner and do nothing. Like that's going to be another option so that they don't fall behind. Just sit in the corner and at least get XP. It might make our leveling a little bit slower, but ultimately we want our group to be able to level up to 60 so that we can all do that in-game content. I feel bad for the soloers in this game. Right now, if you play a paladin, or not a paladin, any charm class, any class that can charm, you can level up to 60 faster than anybody else. You can still do that, even though they they increased the amount of XP for groups. Soloing is still by far the best way to XP in the game, if you can charm, especially. Outside of that, maybe not so much. It's about equal. But anyway, my point is, those people soloing, a necromancer getting a level 60 solo, what are they going to do? Twiddle their thumbs? There's going to be so much content that they can't even touch because they can't solo many of the level 60 bosses in the game, the named enemies. You can't even split the camps for them, let alone solo them if you got them separate. So like you're going to want to be in a party in this game. You're going to want to have a group of equally leveled players and like-minded individuals to play with. If you don't have that at the high end, you're going to be bored. And you're just going to be asking like, hey, can you do this? Like, anybody want to do this? You're going to constantly be looking for group. That's not an actual key. Wait. Please don't use third-party software for scripting. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, you will be banned. Also, don't get scammed. No one can sell you an alpha key. Yeah, there are no alpha keys. What if I train a Tesla bot to play M&M? Is that technically third party? Probably, yeah, I would say so. Sean posted a job posting for any Unity developer. Ooh, I wish that I knew Unity better. I started to learn Unity several years ago. I started to get in there and mess around with it. And this would be like that perfect opportunity if I had taught myself Unity, let's say 5 or 6 years ago when I was messing around with it. I would be like, hey, Sean, I know how to use Unity. I mean, I know the basics of Unity, but I don't know it very well. But like, hey, Sean, I know how to use Unity, and I'm an avid member of the community, and I love your game. Here's my credentials. Oh, dude, I would love that. If it was a skeleton key, it should work. Oh, my gosh. Again, like I've talked about this several times, I would love to be on the team for Monsters and Memories in some way, shape, or form. But at the same time, I'm already going to get enough hate as a content creator. If I'm a sweaty player that I plan to be for this game, and I'm in a top guild, and I'm a developer or on the team, and I'm a content creator, people are just going to be like, Criddle knows everything, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't earn. Be a whole thing. On the team to ban it? Oh, I would totally ban people. I would love to be like a community manager or a GM, like a game master, like running events. I would totally love to do that. Like, they're going to need a lot of those too. Depending on how many players they have, I think it would be super fun to run events in this game. Like, have like GM run events that happen and you just bounce from server to server to server to server, and you just do like an hour-long event on each server at different times a day and stuff. I would love to do that. Oh my God, it would be so much fun. So Sean, Nick, Ali, any of you guys here, Nicodemus, let them know. I would totally be on the team to do all those things. And I've got background in that kind of stuff, but I don't know like how much they would want. Being on the team will spoil a lot. That's the thing. Yeah. I don't want to be on the development side of it for that reason, because I don't really want to, I don't want to know where everything drops. I don't want to know how every single encounter works. And I really, really hope that the developers of this game and people that are into the developing of it, like anybody that can get into Unity and see all this stuff, if they play the game, and I encourage them to play the game, and I hope they do, and I hope they have fun with it. If they do that, they're not giving away trade secrets, right? I love that Nick, for one, when people ask him like, hey, what are, are there stat caps, or things of that nature? And he's like, we're not giving out that information. I love that. And I hope that nobody on the team is giving out that information privately either, right? I really hope that's not happening. I'm afraid that if the team gets too big, that will probably happen. Certain people become GMs and they have access to certain things. They might find out certain information, and that information is going to get out. But it's nice not having that information, because we have to figure it out. I can almost guarantee you there's stat caps in the game. I don't know that for a fact because I can't prove it. But I bet you there's stat caps. I'm pretty sure. And Nick what Nick said one day, which kind of makes me think that there's stat caps, is he was messing around with a Spellblade or a Ranger when he was adding in all those procking effects on those classes. And he said something like, oh, we need to let's test it out. Let me just make my deck stat 250. Some arbitrary number. Like he literally Freudian slip, Nick. He literally said, let me make my stat this number, and then immediately caught himself and changed it to 300 or 500 or I'm pretty sure it's like 250, 255, something around there is the stat cap, like based on Nick's little Freudian slip. But again, I don't know. I honestly have no idea. So yeah, there's a difference between hiding content and making people explore, but bug mechanics should be explained. To some extent, yeah. If there's a bug, yeah, let us know. But like Nicodemus, here's a post. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if it's on the closed testing or feedback. Nicodemus responded to a friend of mine talking about stuff. And I understand where my friend's coming from, and I understand where Nicodemus is coming from. I get both sides. Anyway, I don't see it here. I think it might be under the other forum or whatever. The question was, and I've even said this to Nicodemus, it's very frustrating that we don't know if a quest is actually implemented in the game or not. We might have like the first quest. I could say this for the Druid quest because I've done it, and the Druid quest has like 3 different steps to it, and you go to Almina over in Sungreet and you talk to her, and Almina specifically states you need to check for corruption in where there's mountains and waterways and stuff like that, right? And have this gem or this coin or whatever. She specifically states that you need to do that. However, I'm 99.999% sure that next step is not in the game. So the question is basically like, we need to have some sort of way to know, is this quest continuable? Is it even in the game? Is it like, should we be trying this? Because we're wasting potentially hundreds of hours. I know my friend right now has probably spent dozens of hours trying to figure out the next part of a step. On that one particular thing, dozens of hours in the game. It could not even be there. It may not even be in the game. It might be planned to be in the game in the future. And it's like, why are we wasting dozens of hours on this? So on my friend's side of things, he's wasting potential game testing time trying to figure out how to do something. It might be bugged. It might not be in the game. It might not be planned. He might just be doing it wrong. Who knows, right? He's wasting tons of potential game time testing it. On the developer side, so on Nicodemus's side, I understand where he's coming from. If he were to say something like, yes, it's in the game, you're doing it wrong, that gives him a hint, right? Not a very big hint, but it could be a hint. Or, no, it's not in the game yet, come back later. You know, like that gives you a hint of, is it there? Is it not there? Am I doing the right thing? Am I doing the wrong thing? And it becomes like a, you know, who's more right? You know? So do we need a little bit more guidance? I think as testers we do. But also don't put something in the... And another thing on Nicodemus' side, maybe it's just there for lore. Maybe it's there for flavor text. Maybe it's not even supposed to be a quest. You get some item that's got some, you know, very cryptic words in it, and maybe that item is just supposed to be there for lore, and it has nothing to do with any type of quest. And if they tell you it's there for a quest, it's not there for a quest, it's only lore based, it's not implemented yet, is that too much information to the players? I can see that it is, but at the same time, like, we're wasting so much time on this, you know, like, anyway, that's just my take on it. And it's, I see all the sides of it. If a quest is finished, we have no way of knowing if we're missing something or if it's just not there yet. Yeah. But say it exists and keep exploring, or say it's not there yet, so don't worry. Yeah, there's two different ways. Why even have an unfinished quest in the game? Maybe well, that's the thing. It might just be lore, like a lore thing. Maybe you have finished the quest line. Let's say for the Druid quest, you get to Almina and she says, keep an eye out for corruption. It's in the waterways and mountains. And she's just basically saying, keep an eye out for corruption. And we are interpreting that as there's more to this quest. Maybe there isn't. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the end. Is just, hey, you've done what you've done and you have helped nature, blah, 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 blah. But you specifically have an item that she kind of says, if you go near the corruption, it will glow. So it's kind of like I need to hold the item on my inventory and inspect coin or whatever it is. I forget what it's called. When you are near the said corruption is what it infers, which tells me that there's more to the quest, but it's not in the game. Like, I can't find it. If it is in the game, I can't find it. I've been everywhere. Everywhere where I think there's corruption, and held that dang coin and ran around and clicked inspect and done all sorts of crap. I don't know what to do. I'm completely oblivious to what it is that you could possibly do, because it could be inspect coin, it could be look, it could be, drop coin, place coin, it could be inspect corruption, it could be, it could be any of those different commands, and it could be literally anywhere in the entire game that this could happen. And it's so frustrating that you don't know if it's in the game or not. So, like, I don't know. I don't know how to deal with that. And then on the other side of it, though, is it's like they don't want you to have the information. So it's like, I think too little information is bad, and I think too much information is bad. There needs to be a middle ground of information that we're given, right? Why are we being told by an NPC to do a quest that is not in the game? I think it needs to be, like the NPC Almina, if the quest is not in the game and it's not there, the lore should be, that is an interesting thing. I'll have to look into it with my elders and let you know. Okay, well, that tells me that she doesn't know what the heck it is, and she's going to look into it with her elders. I might come back to Almina later on in a future update and ask her again. Maybe she'll now know. That, to me, is what they should do with these quests, so that they have or they at least feel like they have a definitive end for now. Right? And maybe they'll add more to it later. Maybe they won't. Who knows? But I feel like a quest should have a definitive ending. You have vanquished the evil. Congratulations. That kind of thing. For this, there should be a public space where he could ask the dev, of course. Well, there is a public space, and he did ask the dev, and that was the response. I'm literally telling you what happened in this dialogue, right? Not anything against Nicodemus. He doesn't want to give away any secrets, and I applaud that. I love that. But at the same time, it's super frustrating on the player side to not be able to figure out what to do next, and also it may not even be in the game. So I know exactly what to do. I know that I know exactly what to do, but it's not implemented in the game. And then basically it's like, okay, we'll keep coming back every single time the game is updated. Maybe it will work. And we're only assuming we know exactly what to do. We may not know. Currently, we have developer environment and alpha environment. Sometimes programming tech has a need to push a fix at unscheduled times. Sometimes a designer in the middle of implementation of a quest. So as a designer, I have to look. Yeah, and that's another thing. Nicodemus is absolutely right? So sometimes a quest gets pushed out that is unfinished. And they don't even know if it's unfinished on our side. They don't even know. Like, as far as they know, it got pushed all the way through. We don't know. So I get all the sides of it, and it's tough. It's a game in alpha state, right? Not everything is going to be completely finished. Working, listening, and tabbed to Eldegard to organize my bank stash. What's Eldegard? I haven't seen that game. Oop, hang on. Music. There we go. Fixes to like combat or say the bank issues will be more critical than a quest is done. Yeah, and I get that. I just feel like, I don't know. It's a tough situation. I think the devs are in a tough situation. The players are in a tough situation. I just hate being that player that I feel like I know that this is in the game and it's got to be a quest, or the NPC is telling me that there is a quest, literally telling me to go do something, and I go and do that something and it just doesn't work. That is probably the most frustrating feeling right now. There's a difference between being ambiguous on how to do a quest or activity and being ambiguous about whether something even exists. There is a difference in those, Burl, but like, to the point of the devs, they don't want to tell you like, yes, there is a quest for that, or no, there's not a quest for that, or yes, there is a next step for that, or no, there's not a next step for that, because maybe it's just lore, maybe it's just flavor. It might just be flavored like that. You kill a monster, it drops a note, and that note just gives you flavor text, and it's not meant to be traded in to anybody. What really gets me, what really grinds my gears, is when you have like an item that's like no drop, or a magical item that has no stats on it, and it's like, what is the purpose of this item? Like, seriously, why do you have a no trade item in the game with zero purpose to it? Like, what? It doesn't make any sense. If it's just lore, why is it no trade? There's certain conditions and things that they can flag an item to make them seem like more than they are. And why would they go out of their way to put that flag on an item that is absolutely mundane? And if they're doing it to trick the player, that's just malicious on the dev side. Just to like, oh, we're going to make this item unique, magic, and no drop. But it literally does nothing. Ha ha ha. That's just malicious on the devs' part. Like, that's just mean. Like, they're going to think that this is some special item, but it's not. So, like, yeah. No trade item with no stats on it. Definitely sus. Yeah, and I have one. I have a no trade item that is a note. That, I don't want to go into too much detail, but it's a note that is an extremely rare drop, and it's no trade, and I cannot for the life of me figure out what to do with this item. I have figured out what it says. That's a hint, hint, wink, wink to you, Nicodemus. Nobody else will probably know what I'm talking about. I do know what the note says. Like, I figured that part out. I just don't know what to do with it. Nobody in my group does. We're like all running around trying to figure out what is this thing? I've got a head off of an NPC, that no drop, no trade head of an NPC. No idea where to take it. So yeah. Anyway, says this was a joke. It doesn't say this was a joke. It says without saying, this is very much a quest item. Figure it out, is what it says. It does not say test. It screams quest. It screams quest. I don't want, like, this is the kind of gatekeeping that I do. I want to figure out this quest. Like, I am so wanting to figure it out so stinking much. And it might be like the best item in the game. It might be absolutely nothing. I don't know. But like, that's the kind of gatekeeping I do. I'm going to keep this hush hush till I figure it out. Once I figure it out, I'll let you all know. I don't care. I'll tell everybody. Is the note a recipe for Sean's mom's famous banana nut muffins? It is not. It is not. No, it's actually it's actually very well done. That's all I'm going to say about it. Anyway, there's several of those. There's other notes though. I've got other notes that are no trade notes that are way less cryptic in what they're saying, what they say in them, and they just basically literally say something like, there's one note that I have that's like, to the west. There's a caravan heading west or whatever, blah, 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 that kind of thing. And it's like, okay, so I got to go west from where I'm currently at and see if I can find this dang caravan. I have another quest that I'm working on that some of you may be working on the open alpha or the open testing in the, down in the quarry. Maybe you know actually how to do this. There is an NPC in the quarry of Sungreet Strands that says, we're waiting on a delivery, but it never came. And it was supposed to be coming from the north gate of Night Harbor. You should ask the guards about it. Literally, that's what this NPC says. I go to the North Gate guards. Hail, North Gate guard. Wagon, delivery, quarry. I give them all sorts of key words. No North Gate guard responds to any of those keywords. I have never seen a wagon between the North Gate and where the quarry is. I can't figure it out. And like they specifically, the quest specifically tells you to talk to the North Gate guards to see if the wagon left the North Gate. But no guard at the North Gate even responds to anything you say, saying know that the wagon never left, which means that maybe it's still inside. Yes, the wagon did leave, which means that it's somewhere between the North Gate and going to the quarry. They don't say anything at all. They just don't even respond to anything about a wagon, a caravan, the quarry, what else was it? The characters' names over there. I tried literally everything I could think of. These guards at the North Gate are just dumb. They know nothing. And that's what drives me nuts, is you have a quest that specifically tells you what to do, and it doesn't do anything. So, why is that quest in the game? Why does that NPC tell you to go on a quest? Another quest from the quarry. I'm looking for a specific dwarf's name. He's on the north side of the quarry. If you can go over there, like I'm too busy. If you can go over there and find him, tell him to come back. He's got work to do. Can't find the dwarf. Can't find a corpse for the dwarf. Can't find the actual dwarf. There is a dwarf miner that's over near that side. Doesn't say anything when you hail him. Doesn't tell you anything when you talk to him. Nothing. You know? So I don't know. But then there's another quest with the quarry where you go on top of the quarry on that tower. You go up the tower. You talk to the NPC. The NPC's like, man, I dropped my favorite coffee cup and it fell down into the quarry. If you find it, please let me know. And that quest, I'm like, okay, cool. So I searched and searched and searched and searched looking for that thing, doing /look everywhere, clicking on everything I could find, all that kind of stuff. Well, what it was is you had to end up killing a named NPC who sometimes, rarely, drops the item. And he drops a coffee mug that you take back up to that guy and you hand it to him and turn it in. And I'm like, okay, cool. So there is an actual ending to this quest. It took me a while to figure that out, but I found it. You know, like it wasn't a common drop off of this named NPC. You had to kill that named NPC several times or just get really lucky getting it. And that same NPC doesn't always drop an item. Sometimes it drops literally nothing. It might drop stuff now. I haven't killed it in forever. But at the time, it had like one magic item it dropped and a coffee cup, and it didn't always drop either one of those. So, stuff like that is just super frustrating when it comes to questing. But to like Nicodemus's point, like he puts out quests. Maybe they didn't get updated. Maybe they didn't get pushed all the way to the server. That kind of stuff. I think we've beaten that one into the ground. Spell limitation proposal buff bar. Oh, this is the one that I was reading that I was talking to you guys about. Zeno. Yeah, this is Zeno. It was you. I don't agree with this at all. No. Like, I mean, I get where you're coming from, and I think buff bars and all that kind of stuff would be cool. But yeah, I disagree with this. I was actually going to comment on it last night, but I was too tired. If we have this, I think that's part of the game. I think that part of the game is preparing the certain spells, being able to find a spell in your spell book. Organizing your spell book for a spellcaster is part of the game. So like, I think that you should organize it in such a way that you can find spells quickly and be able to replace them quickly. So yeah. Expected in a state game design. Yeah. So certain amount of those things that I've been talking about, Bam Bam TV is absolutely expected. So like I don't get mad about it, but it is frustrating when you can't figure out a quest or you think the steps of the quest, but it's just not implemented yet. It's just very frustrating. I just hope that doesn't continue into early access. I hope we can get a better way of dealing with it. Now, this might be some feedback for Nicodemus or anybody that's on the quest team or whoever, like maybe Ali, who is putting out the updates to make sure that any quest that is put into the game is completable if it's pushed out onto the early access servers. Because at that point, we have paying customers that are, they should be able to finish their quest. If they can start it, they should be able to finish it. I don't like a quest that's like, to be continued, ... But they don't even put that on there. It just ends and there's no way to know. I'm headed out. Looks like Sean is streaming and I need to listen in. Thank you for streaming. Is he streaming? We're definitely going to go raid him if that's the case. So yeah, let's go raid Sean. I need to go eat anyway. Like I am hungry. So let's go raid Sean. Say hello to him. Let me mute that. Come up here. But yeah, I appreciate everybody hanging out, chatting today. It's been fun. It's been awesome. You all are amazing and beautiful people. We'll be doing this again on Monday. Definitely more chat. All the things that we're doing. I'll be listening in on Sean's stream and be doing another overview of his stream later on, probably tomorrow. So look for that very, very soon. So anyway, let's go raid him / raid a loving robot. Take care, everyone. Have a good one. See you next time.